All right, so everyone, in this case, it's my understanding the jury has reached a verdict. I know that sometimes tensions can run high on either side, but I'm going to ask you not to make any comments once the verdict is read. If you are disrupted, what's going to end up happening is you're going to be asked to leave the courtroom, and you'll only be allowed back in the courtroom if you're being called as a witness. Does everyone understand? All right. 2023 CR 8868 State versus Samuel Allen Bach. Can I have parties announced?
Ben Galloway and Jason Berryman for the state, Jody Sawyer's, for the defense with Sandra Bach.
All right. So it's the court's understanding that a verdict has been reached in this case. If everyone will please be seated and we'll receive the verdict. And just whenever you're ready for us. She will announce it.
All right, for the jury.
I don't overstep my bounds. All right, everyone, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the court's understanding that you've reached a verdict in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
And is that verdict unanimous?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, if you hand the verdict form to Deputy Laura, please. Thank you. All right, if you please rise. It says, we, the jury, find the defendant, Samuel Allen Bach, guilty of the offense of manslaughter as charged in the indictment. You may be seated. Does anyone wish to have the jury polled?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you if this is your verdict. If this is your verdict, I need you to answer yes. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
All right, we'll start on the end. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
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 Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
On the back row, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Is this your verdict? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what is going to happen now? I'm going to give you a brief recess so that we can start with the second phase of the trial. Does everyone understand?
Yes. Yes.
All right, and again, do not think about this case outside the jury, outside the courtroom, now that I've received your verdict. Does everyone understand?
Yes.
All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right. Who are the attorneys who are here and you have someone who is on bond? If you have someone who is on bond, please let me know who that is. And if you have someone who's in custody, just speak to the deputy and they'll bring them out.
I'm Josh Albbright.
Joshua Albbright. Hmm? Okay, I have to revise it. All right. Joshua Albbright. Okay, just 1 second. Let me pull his file. All right, and they're pulling the file. And who is your person?
From Santa Monica, I think he was in it.
Yes, I have his file.
Lacey Strong.
All right. All right, Feliciano Mora. Right, so today is the plea deadline date. Are you requesting a jury trial?
Yes, Your Honor, this time, please.
All right, and how long do you all expect this trial to last?
2 or 3 days.
So it's a drug case,
Yes.
2 days, including selection.
Yes.
All right. All right. So we do a simple date. Oh, my mom, for sure.
That's on the Labor Day.
No.
Okay.
No, you're fine. On this case, Feliciano Moore, we're gonna go to a jury trial. Can we put this on September 8th?
That's fine.
All right, thank you. All right, once you sign the reset form, your excuse, thank you for your patience this morning. We were rather extra busy today.
But you did it, like always.
Oh, thank you so much.
Your Honor, I do have an off docket motion for appointment of an expert. I do have the docket sheet, but I will wait.
Oh,
if you want me to.
if you'll pass it to me.
Okay, that's. This is the one with Steve, it's one of those that we have Steve Spear on as a execution.
All right, and he's appointed.
We are asking to appoint Dr. Fagan.
No, I mean.
No,
or
he's
you don't
retained.
appoint it.
You're retained, yes.
Okay, so on this one, if you could have him coming in. I'll need to just have him go on the record again that he's unable to.
Indigency.
Yes, and then, if you want, he can appear by Zoom.
Excellent.
If you'll just speak to Ms. Ferguson about that.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right, and, do you have a file on Albbright?
I showed you that I have only this left and because I did not.
I'm sorry, let me look for it. Here we go. It was staffed to another file. All right. And you said your client's on bond,
Yes, it is.
and is this an application?
Yes, it is for.
Probation, this is an application.
Okay, thank you.
The court is calling 2025 CR 008251. State versus Joshua Wesley Albbright. Can I have parties announced?
For our next notice of the city of Texas.
Milton Butler representing Joshua Albert.
And are you Mr. Albbright? Counsel, have you received all discovery that you reviewed with your client?
I have.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Albbright, did you review the application for deferred adjudication with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it? Did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Albbright, did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by indictment? Ooh, you're okay. Did you understand by indictment, you're charged with deadly conduct, discharging of a firearm as a third-degree felony? Range of punishment is anywhere from 2 to 10 years in the prison and up to a $10,000 fine. If you have a plea with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand? You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses. The state would call in the right to remain silent. By entering this plea, you're giving up those rights. Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case? Did you understand if the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, If for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 10 years in the prison and up to a $10,000 fine. Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses? Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him? Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense? Mr. Albbright, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea? Anyone promised you anything other than the plea? Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented? Are you a U.S. citizen? The court will find that the defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it? According to the plea, the state is asking for a $1,000 fine and recommending deferred adjudication. Did you understand that to be the plea? Defense, is that the plea? State, is that the plea? Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places? Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand? Counsel, are there any such motions? Outside the agreement, the state is requesting that your deferred adjudication be for a term of 6 years. There be 200 hours of community service restitution, the gun safety course, and random UAs. Did you understand those were recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations? Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest? State, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, state offers what has been marked as state exhibit 1 and R.
Right, state, you may be excused. Did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent? Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports, but most importantly, there will be no live testimony? Did you understand? Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments and review the same. All right, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you apply for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing? Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client? All right, so Mr. Albbright, do you have any type of mental health issues? All right, so according to the police report, they said, well, they didn't say, a witness said that you were acting paranoid. So what was going on?
So I'm not doing the bills that were behind me. They said that they had guns and they were gonna shoot me. And so that's when I grabbed mine. I took my own residence and self-defense. It's just what they said. They were gonna shoot him.
All right, but what I'm reading in the police report is that you were acting paranoid. You came back into the home and said, I just fired shots at somebody because they were going to fire shots at me. And then you came back into your home to obtain more weapons to go back outside and fire more shots. Where is any consideration into, all right, I've made it back into my house, let me call the police instead of, let me go get another gun and fire more shots? All right, and are you still together with her? Do y'all still live in the same household together?
Yeah.
All right, so what is this? And the reason why I'm saying paranoia, because that's what it says in the report. And it says that you were sitting on the back patio and you had been smoking marijuana.
Yes.
All right, so do you have a prescription for marijuana?
Yeah.
All right, if you're drug tested today, are you going to be positive for marijuana? All right, you're not allowed to smoke marijuana while you're on probation, you understand? And you're not going to be allowed to have any weapons inside that house or have possession of any type of weapons. Do you understand? All right. Are you employed? What do you do?
I'm Arnold's New Flow Consulting.
What is that? What do you do?
I work on air compressors.
All right. Do you have any children?
I do.
What are their ages?
They're, 13, 10, and the newborn.
All right. And do they live with you?
One.
Okay. All right. There's $1,000 fine. That will be probated. 6 years deferred adjudication. Regular reporting by Zoom or in person. Regular random UAs. Proof of employment within 30 days. No employment as a home health care provider or with minors. No unsupervised contact with minors. 200 hours community service restitution. I'm going to order parenting classes. Once that's complete, the community service hours will be deemed satisfied. I don't know. Are you able to take a gun safety course without a gun? All right, so you're not allowed to have any weapons or possess any weapons because you're on probation for a felony and because of the nature of this charge. But you need to know about the gun safety course. And if you're smoking marijuana on your back patio or doing drugs on your back patio, you probably shouldn't be firing guns, obtaining guns, or anything of that because that affects you mentally. You understand? So the gun safety course, field visits 1 time per month until further notice. Probation, is there anything else? Is there anything else you need from the court in order to be successful? Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it? All right, because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand? All right, we can go off the record. In this court, in order to be successful on probation, communication is key. If for some reason you have an issue, let probation know about it. If you feel they're not addressing it, you can always come back to the court, okay? All right, just remain here and speak with probation. And thank you so much for addressing appropriately for court and your patience this morning. All right, thank you. Who is here on Lacey Shrunk? Come forward. All right, so she's scheduled for jury trial today, but we're currently in trial.
We had a jury setting and a discovery motion setting.
Okay,
We've entered into the discovery
okay,
ready for jury trial. And have about 15 or 16 witnesses. And I request that we don't have a jury trial set till after October 6th. We have a 3-day arbitration in Houston taking place. That's
when is that arbitration set for?
October 6th, 6, 7, and 8 is when it's what we scheduled for. You know, I might go over a little bit.
Oh, October 6th?
Yes.
And you say you have 16 witnesses in this case?
Or it may only be 15.
All right, I mean, it can be 16.
No, they've named off about 15 or 16 people.
Oh, I know the perfect day to bring this back. Nora, recall this back for jury trial for September 8th, and we'll make sure it goes. All right,
September 8th.
yes. Ms. Ferguson, if you'll give them a reset form for September 8th. Thank you so much, and thank you for dressing appropriately for court.
Thanks, Judge. We
You're welcome.
appreciate your time.
Oh, thank you. Kelly Aggerro, Kelly Aggerro.
If I may, that's Mr. Cox's client. He isn't on me right now. His client's gonna plead, that's gonna be a waiver. I'm almost done with that.
All right, thank you. Tony Howe, I'm sorry? Kelly. No, the person I just called was Kelly Aggerro.
That was gonna be discovery, but we're gonna, plea now, so we're doing paperwork.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, the court is calling 2024 CR 5978 State versus Tony Howe. Thank you, Deputy. Could I have parties announce?
Jason Garrett for the state, Your Honor.
Abelardo Garza for the defendant.
And are you Mr. Howe?
Yes.
All right, did you review the document entitled Motion to Enter Adjudication of Guilt and Revoke Community Supervision with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes.
Are you the same Tony Howe was placed on deferred adjudication in 2024 CR 5978 for the offense of possession of a controlled substance, penalty group 1, 4 to 200 grams on July 16, 2024 for a period of 5 years? Is that you?
Yes.
All right, state, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, violated condition number 1 on or about the 27th day of March 2025 in Bear County, Texas. Defendant Tony Howe committed the offense of tampering with electronic monitoring device violation condition number 1.
How do you plead to that? True or not true?
True.
Any objections to the waivers?
No, Your Honor.
Did you understand by pleading true to violation of condition number 1, the court could find it true, grant the motion, find you guilty and sentence you up to 20 years in the prison and up to $10,000 fine?
Yes, understood.
Knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes.
All right, so here's the thing. These are your decisions after conferring with your counsel. So these are consequences that you will face. So do you wish to continue to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes.
Do you understand that this is a contract with the court? It's not a contract with the state or the defense?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you worked out some sort of plea agreement with the state on this, the court does not have to follow that?
Yes.
And do you understand that in actuality, legally, the state and defense can't work out any type of an agreement and the court have to follow that? Do you understand?
Yes.
So knowing that, do you still wish to plead true to violation of condition number 1?
Yes.
Court will find violation of condition number 1 true. Is there a proposed agreement?
No, there's not, Your Honor.
State, what are you requesting?
State's requesting revocation, Your Honor.
Defense?
Your Honor, we're asking that you follow the recommendations of the probation officer, which is ISP in patient treatment.
All right, so you were in felony drug court
Yes.
and the violation of condition number 1 is tampering with an electronic monitoring device. Is that removal of GPS?
Yes.
All right. Then what the court will do is court is finding violation of condition number 1 true. The court will find you guilty and revoke, give you credit for any time served, any time that's being requested.
State's requesting 5 years and 10 permanent correction drives. No, that's it.
Okay. All right.
Offense.
Yes, sir. Well, again, Your Honor, we're asking the court continue him and recommend that he do inpatient treatment in ISF.
All right, the court is not going to continue you. The court is going to sentence you to 5 years in the prison. The court will request the therapeutic community. And there is an $800 fine. Time and money will run concurrently. All right, did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendants' Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it? right, you have a limited right to appeal. That right to appeal is as it relates to the allegations in the motion, not the fact that you were on deferred adjudication and were revoked. Do you understand? Yes. All right, because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, we can go off the record. Here's the thing. I understood your attorney's argument. I understood probation's request, but you were sent to felony drug court, which is a good program, and you were there and you cut off your monitor. There's nothing I can do to help you. You understand?
Yes.
All right, good luck with you. When you're released from prison, if you can't find a place that can help you with your drug addictions, if I'm still here, you come back here. I'll pick up the phone and try to find a transitional housing for you, okay?
Okay,
All right, good luck.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Here's the county court six, if you know.
Jacob Aggerro,
I'm sorry.
is that Mr. Cox as well? Jacob Aggerro, is that Mr. Cox as well with Kelly Aggerro? I think those two are tied together.
Yeah, Kelly is, or Tony is, and Suzanne Kramer's is Jacob.
All right. All right, Rodolfo Brcino the third.
I don't know if Miss Lupton, oh, she is.
Hello.
Terry.
Hi, how's it going?
Ed, how are you? This is a motion I actually e-filed during lunch. We could take that up. It's two cases, one for each.
All right, so first question, where are we on discovery?
I believe the state's provided us all discovery that's necessary. We can sign a discovery acknowledgement.
All right, and then has an offer been tendered?
There is an offer, like how I like it, multiple offers in a way, couple options for my client, so.
Okay.
We kind of want to take the time to discuss it. He's currently remanded without bond on these two cases. The state and I did agree to a $5,000 bond if the court.
Okay, I'll get there. Let me,
I'm doing a lot
that's
of
okay.
talking, sorry.
Let me do this part first. All right, Miss Ferguson,
Yes, ma'am.
are you able to set this for, how old are you?
36.
6. All right, if you can set this the last week in August for a plea deadline date, please.
Yes, ma'am. I can do the 8th.
Is that good for you, counsel?
Is there any way you would extend it to September 5th, that following Friday?
No,
No.
and September 5th, there's a judicial conference I have to attend, so I'm not gonna be here.
What about the 25th, that Monday?
All right, Norma, are you able to put it on the 25th?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and Norma, if you will write a reset form for him. Now let's move on to the motions for the bond. Court is calling 2025 CR 004541 and 2025 CR 004546. State versus Rodolfo Brcino. Can I have parties announced?
Jason Gearham for the state, Your Honor.
Lauren left in for Mr. Brcino.
And are you Mr. Brcino?
This is Your Honor.
All right, in each of these cases, you're asking that a bond be set. On June 10th, the court called the defendant's name. He did not appear. The deputy called his name, so the court issued a judge's warrant and remanded him without bond. Is there a proposed agreement in each of the cause numbers?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that?
Each of the cases, Your Honor, a $5,000 bond to be set.
And what was his previous bond?
It was 5,000, but I believe he had PR bonds.
He did have PR bonds originally on these cases.
All right, and is there a reason why he did not appear?
I was at.
You want to raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Rodolfo Brcino III.
All right, and why did you not appear in court on June 10th?
I currently started going to school for cosmetology and I needed to be at school that day. And
So did you call it, well, I don't want to interfere with attorney-client privilege, but one, a court
yes, it's more.
notice for appearance is a court notice for appearance. And then if there's some emergency where you can't come to court, that's where you call your attorney or you call the court. So continue.
And so I went to school. And I did report it that day too, but by the time I realized it was already too late, I guess. From the court by the time I got out of school and catch the bus and everything.
All right.
So I was
And have you ever used any type of drugs in the past?
In disclosure, he does have a refile, less than a gram case that he is still on a PR bond for, so PR didn't realize he was in custody.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna follow your agreement and set the bond in each case at $5,000. And in addition, I'm going to require 30 sober meetings in 30 days. Those are your AA and A meetings. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, make sure that you're in court and make sure that you're on time.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
David Dondelin. Eric Lee Cooper. All right, so we're just here for sentencing?
Correct, Judge.
Okay. Let's see.
He's already pled true on the failure to report
Yes.
last week.
All right, is there a person here for Mr. Eric Lee Cooper on Zoom? And thank you for your patience this morning. Sometimes dockets
It
become
was
something unexpected.
hard to try and get my witnesses together. Is there somebody on there?
Yes, there's somebody on, but they're
There
not.
should be a Violet Robinson.
I'm
Oh.
here,
So what is your name?
Violet Robinson.
All right, are you able to show your video?
I thought I was, I'm sorry. Let me. Oh, well.
I'll send an ask request.
Yeah. I hit the camera, I don't wanna.
Oh, there it is. All right, the court is
Hello.
calling 2024 CR 008984 and 2024 CR 5691 State versus Eric Lee Cooper. Could I have parties announce?
Jason Garrett, the state your.
Julie.
You're Mr. Cooper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you entered a plea of true to violation of condition number 4 in each cause number, and it was recalled for the defense to call any witnesses. And who is your first witness, counsel?
Well, I also have two witnesses here in the courtroom. I'll call,
Well, do you want to take the witness on Zoom first or last? So do you want to take her? Or last?
Step outside. The mic's right here.
daughter first.
I'll step outside, the mic's right there.
Moment. All right, call your witness.
Ariana Sullivan. Ariana Sullivan.
Over here, Cooper, with your back against the.
All right, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Ariana Sullivan.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Ariana, do you know Eric Cooper? Yes, ma'am. And how do you know him? That's my boyfriend. All right, how long have you known him? 6, 7 years. Okay, do you know his personal situation, his family life? Yes, ma'am. Do you know his mother? Yes, ma'am. When he was put on probation, was he living with his mother? Yes, ma'am. And do you know what happened in that situation? She kicked him out. And she kicked him out? And did Eric at that point have any place to go? No, ma'am. So was he, to your knowledge, was he on the streets for a while? Yes, ma'am. And then you subsequently reintroduced yourself to him or met him again? Yes, ma'am. And is he living, do you live with your father? Yes, ma'am. And your father's here in the courtroom also, right? Yes, ma'am. And Did Eric come to live in your house with your father and you?
Yes, ma'am.
And how would you describe how he's doing at this point? Have you noticed a change in him?
I would say he's doing better. I see he has stability and he's ready to like focus on himself more. He wants to go to school. He had a jobs being lined up, interviews, everything.
How would you describe his life with his mother? You've known him for quite a few years.
Terrible. She's hectic and a handful.
I'm sorry, what?
Terrible. She's hectic and
She's what?
hectic.
Okay.
Do you know whether or not she has a drug problem?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a, yes, she does have a drug
Yes, she
problem?
does have a drug problem.
Has she been to prison before?
Believe so. Yes. Yeah.
So Eric
All right,
has,
so just 1 second. So these answers have to be your answers, not his answers. Either you know or you don't know. If you don't know, then the answer is you don't
No,
know.
I do not.
Okay, all right, you may continue.
all right, so with the stability of your home and your dad being there, do you think Eric could finish this probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you asking the judge to put him back on probation?
Yes, please.
Do you think prison would be of any help to Eric?
No,
How old is Eric?
24.
Do you, to your knowledge, do you know if he's ever been on probation before?
Besides the one he was just on,
Correct.
not to my knowledge.
Right, I believe that's all I have, Judge, unless you have some questions.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor, thank you. Just a few questions. One, you said that your father and you live in this household that Mr. Cooper moved in with y'all?
Yes,
How many people live in that household?
me, my father, Eric, and me and Eric's 2 dogs.
And who's?
Me and Eric's 2 dogs.
2 dogs. Okay, sorry, I didn't catch that last part. And then you said that, how well do you know his mother?
I grew up with her.
You grew up?
Yeah.
At the same time, like with Mr. Cooper, how old are you?
I'm 19.
19, so y'all, a little bit of age difference, about 4 or 5 years, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so how did he come to meet you and start living with you?
So we ended up texting on Facebook
Mhm.
and met up with each other. I seen that he was living on the streets and I told him to come live with me,
That's it?
pretty much.
Do you have a job
I do babysitting.
babysitting? And so do you babysit at your house?
If they want me to, or 9 times out of 10, I go to my clients' houses.
Are they aware that somebody that's on probation
Yes,
for a burglary of a habitation is also in the household
yes,
with their children?
yes.
Okay, no further questions, y'all.
That's all I have,
All
Judge.
right. So let me, I'm trying to understand. So is she saying, and you can ask these questions, is she saying that she didn't have contact with him for however many years? And then he reached out to her on Facebook and she found out that he was living on the streets and she brought him to a house that's her father's house? Is that what I'm hearing?
I asked my father if we could move in, if he could move in with us. And my
Mhm.
father was okay with that because he's known Eric. and he's-
Okay.
He was
The-
younger.
The families have known each other for a while, is my understanding, Judge.
Okay, I'm just trying to get a clear picture of everything.
So,
We basically grew up with each other. So after finding out that someone I care about is on the streets, I'm not gonna allow that. So I called my dad. My dad said it was fine. We also talked to my mom. She said it was fine, that she would help us any way she can, and that's how we've been ever since.
Okay. All right, I just wanted a clear understanding.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
All right, thank you. You can call your next witness.
Violet Robinson. It's on Zoom.
All right. All right, if you could unmute for me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if you can raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Violet Robinson.
All right, any objections to the witness testifying by Zoom state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Miss Robinson, how long have you known Eric Cooper?
since before he was born.
All right.
I know
so-
him all his life.
Okay, do you know, his mother?
Yes, ma'am, I do know his mother.
Could you describe Eric's home life? When he
Like,
was,
his mom was very confused and stuff. They lived, well, as a kid, he lived with when he was born, his mom, his grandma, his aunt, and cousins in the house. So it was chaotic because it was a 2-bedroom. And then some things happened with the mom. And he got sent to go live with his dad through CPS and everything. And we lost contact, and then we regained back contact. And then because my mother's his godmother. And then after a while, when he met my daughter Ariana, is when we got back acquainted.
hello?
We don't have any volume from you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's as loud as it can go.
No,
Can
we
you hear
hear
me
you
now?
now, but we can hear you now. If you could find a stationary place and stop walking for us, please.
Okay, let me stand in the shade.
All right, so Miss Robinson, you've known Eric his whole life, and you say he had a chaotic childhood, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh,
Like keychain.
uh, we can hear other people in the background there. Do you think Eric could do well if given a second chance on this probation?
Yes, ma'am, I do. He was already starting to work with a lawn serviceman out there with my ex-husband and daughter. And he's shown interest that he wanted to go back to school. I know he's a lot interested in art and stuff. And he's been real helpful to my ex-husband as he can't get around and things a lot. So to keep me from going and stuff out there, he's really been helping a lot.
So you're asking this judge today to give Eric a second shot at probation, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And you would be there in support of Eric and to see, maybe help him do what he needs to do on this probation?
Yes, ma'am. I will support Eric in any way that I can because he does help me out a lot with assisting with my ex-husband.
You think him having a felony conviction on his record or being sent to TYC would do Eric any good at all?
No, ma'am. That wouldn't help him anyway for the goals and things that he has said that he would like to do. Having that type of conviction will only hinder him. It would not help him to be the productive citizen that he's trying to be.
All right, I believe that's all I have.
All right, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Hi, Miss Robinson.
Yes, sir.
When was it that you, he showed this interest to work? When was that?
He was helping, it's a landscaping company out there,
When?
closer towards Elmendorf, that he was helping work with them.
When was that? Was it 2 months ago, 5 months ago, last year?
I think it froze. Hello?
When, what date, what time was he doing this?
It was actually before he even got picked up. And I know about a week or so ago, the man that he was working with came to look for him to see if he was interested.
So you're aware that he was placed on probation back in September of 2024, is that correct?
Honestly, I wasn't aware of his cut that he was on probation or anything. I just know he was having a hard time, and I just knew he needed some type of help and some assistance. So that's why I suggested that he go out there, because I know my ex, he's into Holocaust and into rehab, so I know he can help him.
Okay, so I mean, you said that you've known him all of his life and that you're pretty much an intricate part of his life now, but you didn't even know that he was on probation?
So honestly, sir, I didn't ask that of him. I didn't see him. I see him as my son, so I didn't see him as to asking him, "Oh, what trouble are you in? Are you in anything?" He came. He needed a place to stay. He wanted a job. He wanted to better himself. He wanted to go to school. So his probation didn't have anything to do with me. His probation that
Thank you,
was
ma'am.
him. If he disclosed it, we could have helped. But because I didn't ask and didn't think to ask, we was just trying to get him the help that he was asking for at that moment.
Thank you, ma'am. No more
Yes,
questions.
sir.
All right, thank you for coming in to testify. Any other witnesses?
We have Richard Sullivan here.
All right, Mr. Sullivan. All right, do you want to do you need a seat? You want to raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
My name is Richard Rashid Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, you know Eric Cooper, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you known Eric?
All his life. I've known him two different ways. May I say something first?
Yes.
39 years ago, lived in this courtroom. 39 years ago, I stood in this courtroom. I got 99 years. I didn't have the support. I mean, I had the support that he don't have.
All right, so you're saying you were sentenced to 99 years?
I do this. I volunteer at the courthouse, jail, TDC. The only reason why I don't even stand in front of my boys, they've been in trouble. I ain't been to court. I ain't been to court for them. He ain't had a shot. If I'd have knew that he was on probation, I would have did something. I'd have came down, I'd have said something to somebody, okay? I understand what he's up against. His mother, she's not telling you what just happened outside.
Hmm.
That didn't make no sense. That's the mom.
Oh, what happened outside?
She went ballistic.
Mhm.
That's her son. She didn't come in here to help. She came in to hurt. I mean, this is what he's up against. So when he came in my house, I don't let nobody in my house, man. Okay? That's my daughter. She barely got back in my house. I'm looking at them. I don't want them on the street. They don't look good. Okay? I watched him fix a lawnmower that didn't work. Okay? I watched him go to work. We fought. We argued, but you're not going to do that in my house. He's not doing nothing. He's just trying to figure out what to do, how to do it. He was me 37 years ago. Okay? When I heard it's a year ago, he had nowhere to go. Between me and you, both of them, he had my daughter on the street. She went out there, okay? That hurt my heart. I couldn't grab her, but she's in love with him, and he was taking care of her. They came to my house. I'm a daddy, so I don't like men. You understand? I'm very particular, okay? I watched what he did. Then he brought his children in, okay? I watched how he interacted with his children. But I couldn't move. He didn't know something. I couldn't move. Couldn't move. I was recovering. And I went outside after he got arrested and I cried. Because he did in my yard. I didn't know at the time. I want to apologize to him. I was getting on his butt. Apologize to you. Cause I was just getting on the butt, man, saying you sorry, you ain't doing nothing right here, I don't see what you're doing. Apologize. I went outside, I seen it. Okay? That's why I'm standing here,
All right, Mr. Cooper,
okay?
you got your sentence reduced when you were
Yeah, well,
released
when I went to
12
prison,
years.
well, 12, I did 12 years. I learned how to be a lawyer, I had to reduce the sentence from 99 to 35. Okay?
All right, was there
Oh,
any,
just a second. So who sentenced you?
Machado, Judge Machado.
Okay, that's the
1980.
227th. Okay.
27. But it was here at the end of the 187 because he was like going out.
Okay.
He was getting sick or something.
all right, but is there
He was in
anything,
something wrong.
would you want Eric to experience what you experienced in prison for 12 years?
It's not about experience. It's what he's gonna lose.
Uh,
What he's gonna lose. It's not.
and you know how old Eric is, right?
24.
And he has the rest of his life in front of him.
Yes.
Do you know he was put on probation for 5 years back
I did not
in,
know. I did not know till I
in
walked in this room today.
September?
Not till I walked in this room.
And basically, he has done nothing on probation for 2 months
was-
and got
I
arrested.
I
on
understand
an
why he did.
APR.
He did like every other child would do, or person that do. They got himself into something and I don't know how to get himself out of it. Okay, but he's out of it now. We got him. We have him now.
All right, did he have any form of support when he was living at his mother's house after he was put on
He's
probation?
never had support.
All right,
Well, I'll take that back. I see his father doing the best he can from the distance. I see that. I give him his father his credit.
okay, but are you currently counseling repeat offenders?
Like, this is what I do every day. I volunteer to go back in to help who I can. I'm gonna speak to us. Okay, I'm gonna speak to the juveniles as best as I can in a religious setting, this way I can.
All
Now,
right, and you would be there if Eric were granted probation,
Be there every
again,
day.
put back on
Be in my house.
probation. He would be living with you and you would be there to support him, correct?
yes, support himself. I got you to saying, yes.
All
I
right,
should show him how to support himself, yes, ma'am.
okay. And are you asking this court to give him a second chance at probation?
Give me a first chance, son. That's what I'm asking the court. Give me one chance. That's all.
That's all I have, Judge.
All right, any questions?
Yes, John. Sir,
Yes, sir.
Ron, thanks for coming in today. I
Yes, sir.
appreciate that. I'm sure Mr. Cooper does too. My questions are, one, Mr. Cooper arrived at your household and started living in your house when? What month?
March?
March of 2025.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you do realize that he was put on probation back in September.
No, sir.
Okay, you're aware that he's on probation now,
Yes, sir.
but you weren't aware that he was on probation when he came to your house?
No, sir.
Okay. So you only became aware that he was on probation after he was arrested, is that right?
No, sir.
When did you
Not till I
find out?
walked in here today.
You what?
Not till I walked in here today.
So you did not know that Mr. Cooper was on any type of probation until you were asked to come down here today?
Yes.
Okay, so he just disappeared from your household and you didn't know where he was at because he got arrested?
No, he got arrested down the street from my house.
Okay, so you're aware he got arrested and then you just realized today that he's on probation?
Yeah, I knew the charge that he got arrested for.
Okay, and what was that?
Sounds like burglary, right? Correct?
Burglary of a habitation, yes, sir, and also unauthorized use of motor vehicle.
I heard about that.
Okay. And so it's fair to say that he didn't share a lot of what he was going through with you.
We share different things. Let me say what he said. I said, why didn't you go get a job? He said, I can't, they won't let me. Okay. Well, I understood that. Okay.
Mhm.
Instead of him saying I got probation, what I do, right? So what I did was, hey man, this guy does this work, this guy does this work, he does this. Right? So. This. He's not a criminal.
Well, I mean,
No, no, let me-
well, sir, let's just be fair about this. He was charged with burglary of habitation and
Right.
also unauthorized use of motor vehicle. He was placed on deferred.
Right.
So he's not a convicted criminal, but he did plead to that.
Right.
And then he chose not to show up
That's
for
right.
the months that he was supposed to show up, and he's on a certain amount of time. And you of all people should appreciate that, because you served how many years? 50 years?
Well,
12 years. You only served 12 years.
that ain't only,
What's that?
they're not only 12.
Well, I understand, but compared to life, it's a lot less, isn't it? It's fair to say, right? I'm not trying to make fun or make light of the situation.
Yes.
12 years is hard time. You were in prison for a long time, and I'm not making light of that.
Right.
Nobody would, I don't want to serve one day, 1 minute, right?
Days.
But the fact is that you're an individual that knows the repercussions.
Mhm.
And the young man standing behind you committed burglary of a habitation
Mhm.
and also unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, and chose to negate his responsibility there then. And then when he was given a chance and given deferred by this court, he chose not to abide by it and disappeared.
So,
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
ask me a question.
You know, the circumstances of his home life.
Right.
And what was going on there.
If I believe this, it's what I believe. As a young man, if you're taught correctly, then you'll know how to do things and how to answer things, how to do the proper things. He doesn't have a chance. What you think of going back and say, I'm sorry. I heard the judge say, when you get out and you can't get no help, call me and I'll help. Okay? I don't think he knew he can call somebody. I think he just knew he was in trouble. Okay? I didn't see a trouble boy in my house.
All right, that's all I have, Judge.
All right, thank you so much for coming down.
Thank you.
All right, any other witnesses?
My client. Eric.
All right, Joe, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
Eric Lee Cooper Jr.
All right, so what I can tell you, counsel, this is the question I want answered, right? I understand that people go through hardships. Sometimes people have a horrible mom. Their mom is like Sybil. Sometimes people have good parents. And sometimes people have a horrible parent and they end up in CPS care. Then they end up in the foster care system, and the people in the foster care system, maybe they're not treating them right. But my question is, at what age, if he can answer or somebody can answer to me, at what age are you responsible for your own actions? It is no longer, well, my mom didn't do this or my mom didn't do that. At what age do we take responsibility for our own actions and quit saying, you know what, I had a horrible parent? I mean, does it stop at 24, 30, 40? Those are the questions I would like answered.
All right, that's not the reason we're here today. I think Eric is here to explain to you that it takes full responsibility for his actions. Eric, you're 24 years old.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, have you ever been on probation before?
As a juvenile.
And was that for a misdemeanor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but this is the first time you've been on probation for a felony offense.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what was going through your mind when you failed to report to your probation officer. You were put on probation in September of 2024, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do anything?
I did not. Didn't report.
I'm sorry, what?
Didn't report.
And why is that? What was going on in your mind at that time?
My mother had kicked me out of my sister's house where I was supposed to reside. And with my sister knowing that she also agreed with my mother and also decided to not let me back in the house. So with that being said, I was left out on the street. I didn't know what to do, and if I was to call or contact somebody at the courts, I didn't honestly think that they'll believe me, because my mom was a person to quickly get to the courts before any of her children would. This is the same mother that I'm speaking of, that my brother had gotten sentenced 25 federal years in a federal prison.
All right, so basically you're telling the judge you were afraid and just didn't know what to do at that point.
Honestly,
Did-
yes,
Did you reach out to old friends at that point?
I did.
All right, and you now have a place to reside, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you think you could comply with probation
Yes, ma'am.
at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you asking this judge to give you another shot at proving yourself to her
Yes,
that you
ma'am.
can do this?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't pick up any new offenses after you were placed on probation, did you?
Ma'am.
Um, you've been in Bear County Jail now 2.5 months.
Yes, ma'am.
Has that opened your eyes to anything?
It has. I started my GED in here. I see myself improving in GED. I learned new things.
Would you, if you were put back on probation, would you continue to work on your GED?
Yes, ma'am. Well, when I got released, I had went up to St. Philip's myself, and they were supposed to start classes January 10th.
Is there anything else you want to tell the judge today?
I do deeply apologize for you seeing my face here again. Honestly. Especially as a young Black man as myself. Do deeply apologize for that.
All right, so here's the thing. I always tell people, don't do the young Black person with me. But, because, you know, I see you're a Black person, but I don't understand why you're here, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, I don't understand at what point, the way we were raised, somebody raised us and they did a horrible job. At what year is it no longer their fault? And these are all our own choices. You know, 25, 30, 40, 50. At what point are our choices are our own? And what I do know is that everybody who comes in here and they're placed on probation, I always tell them, if there's an issue, let probation know. If you feel probation is not addressing it, you can come to court. I've had people to come to this court before because they're homeless, they got kicked out of their home, and we try to figure out what we can do. Probation tries to figure out what we can do. But when people disappear, I don't know what people expect me to do because my hands are tied. With that being said, State, you have questions?
No, Your Honor. No questions.
Judge, I would like to state that, I mean, he was put on probation. He didn't get any of the help from probation that you had offered him. He's taking full.
Well, let's make the record as clear. Probation had the help available for him. He didn't take advantage. He didn't reach out to contact them.
Exactly, Judge, and he's taking full responsibility for that. He is a young man. We're just falling on your mercy today to give him another shot. To keep a felony off of his record, which will follow him till you know when. And if we could just give him another shot, he'll abide by anything you ask of him. If you want to put him on a monitor, if you want to put him, I don't think he has any drug issues or anything. I think he's just a scared
24-year-old.
24-year-old, but
All right, so do y'all want to step back? Y'all can confer with probation and then come to me with a recommendation, then I'll make a decision. All right? All right, thank you. David Dundelon. All right, if you'll come forward, please.
Hey, Judge, this was a
Plea deadline date.
deadline. My client's mother, 81-year-old mother, is having health problems up in Boston. We're very close on a plea bargain, but he's asking if we can just have maybe another month. He's gonna go visit his mom and then come back. I've been negotiating with Miss Galloway this morning. And if we could just have a little more time so that he can be up there with his mom.
All right, Norma. On this case, set this for a plea deadline date and a jury trial within 1 month.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
September 8th, sure.
All right, you'll need to be back on September 8th. Once you sign the reset form, you are excused. And thank you for dressing appropriately for court. Thank you. Who's here on Jamal Dixon?
Dixon.
And is this an application or no? Court is calling 2025 CR 008377 State versus Jamal Wesley Dixon. Could I have parties announced for the record?
State of Texas.
Negotiate for Mr. Dixon.
And are you Mr. Dixon?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, have you received all discovery? And did you review it with your client?
I did.
Court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Dixon, did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, do you waive the reading of the indictment?
I do.
State, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Dixon, did you review the court admonishments with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
Yes.
Did you understand you're charged with theft of property less than $2,500 with 2 or more previous convictions as a state jail felony? Range of punishment is 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to $10,000 fine. If you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call and the right to remain silent. Did you understand by entering this plea, you were giving up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into a plea in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
I do.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do, Your Honor.
Mr. Dixon, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter this plea?
No, ma'am.
Anyone promised you anything other than the plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. Did you review the plea bargain page with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
According to the plea bargain agreement, punishment is to be assessed at 109 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244, and there's a $500 fine. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense, is that the plea?
Yes, Judge.
State, is that the plea? Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand by signing that you're waiving your right to appeal? The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
Yes.
Counsel, have there been any such motions?
No, Your Honor.
Then to the offenses charged, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Guilty.
State, any evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. State offers State's Exhibit 1 in all attachment.
Without objection, Your Honor.
All right, state, you may be excused. Did you review the document entitled Wavering Consent to Stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places?
No.
Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. The court will accept into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and attachments. and the court will review the same. After reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty and the court will find you guilty. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
I'd like to quote the honor the plea agreement, Your Honor.
All right, why can you not stop stealing? Do you know you're not supposed to take what doesn't belong to you? Do you know that Target is tired of you stealing from them or trying to steal from them?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how much is your life worth, do you think? You should say, you can't put a price on my life.
Yeah.
All right, so you're putting a price on your life. And you know what the price on your life is? Whatever you're stealing from Target. So if you're stealing $20 from them, you're saying, my life is worth $20. And you do the math with $20 into 109 days at the Bexar County Jail. You do the math because it seems like you've stole from Target 2 other different times. And Target says you came in this time stealing the Ninja slushy machine. And I think, I could be wrong, Counselor, the Ninja slushy machines, usually when they're on sale, maybe $89.
Usually.
So you're saying your life is worth $89 to spend time at the Bexar County Jail.
Wow.
If you want to be Otis, like on Mayberry, they don't have it where you can just knock on the door and say, hey, can I just come and sleep at the jail? Because otherwise you're going to wake up and a majority of your life is going to be at the Bexar County Jail or somebody's jail. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you want things, you got to get a job and you got to work for it. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the court is finding you guilty. The court is going to sentence you to 109 days in the Bexar County Jail under 1244, give you credit for any time served. There's a $500 fine, time and money to run concurrently, and there's to be no contact with Target. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question of what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we can go off the record. Your attorney can explain to you theft cases are crimes of moral turpitude, and based upon that, there are many places you will not be allowed to have a license or a vote. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a seat, sir.
Judge, I conferred with probation. Is that what you wanted me to do?
Yes.
Okay, they
Like, just 1 second. Mr. Eric Cooper. We're back on the record in 2024 CR 008984 and 2024 CR 5691, State versus Eric Lee Cooper. All right, so State, what is your recommendation?
Revocation, Your Honor.
All right, defense, what are you requesting?
I've conferred with probation. They agreed to extend him 1 year in each case. GPS monitor for 60 days, bi-weekly reporting. And she didn't state a time limit on that. And proof of employment within 30 days.
All right, this is what I can tell you. We haven't seen you. But I've heard the testimony. I understand he has certain issues in his life. So I'm going to give you a choice. These are your only 2 choices. You don't have another choice. These are your only 2 choices. I can revoke you. And if I revoke you, I'll sentence you to 2 years in the burglary of a habitation case. And I'll sentence you to 180 days in the unauthorized use of a vehicle case. Or I will find you guilty in each case and I'll extend you for 1 year and continue you.
I was so hoping not to get him a felony conviction.
I mean, we hadn't seen him. There has to be some sort of punishment.
But Judge, it was only for a short time. He was a couple of months. He was.
I mean, the only reason why it's a short time, and correct me if I'm wrong, I take no offense to people correcting me if I'm wrong. But the only reason why it was a couple of months in a short time is because
He got arrested.
he got arrested. for a
I am-
violation of his conditions.
I understand that, but I was so hoping not to get him that felony conviction, which is just devastating for these young guys.
I know. That's why people need to report. That's the easiest thing. And if you speak to him, and if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure he will tell you, I tell people when they're on probation, if there's an issue, let probation know about it. If you feel they're not addressing it, you can come to court and address it with me.
I understand that, Judge, but all right.
So those are his two choices. So you want to talk to him about that? Enrique Jariguay? Yes. All right, Jacob Aggerro? And are these applications?
Their recommendations.
All right, court is calling 2025 CR 0099798 and 2025 CR 0075662C, State versus Jacob Aggerro. Could I have parties announced?
Jason Gear here for the state, Your Honor.
Suzanne Kramer for Mr. Aggerro.
And are you Mr. Aggerro?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, have you received all discovery and did you review it with your client?
I did, Judge.
In each of the cause numbers, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. Mr. Aggerro, in each of the cause numbers, did you review the true bill of indictment with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Judge, in one of the cases, it's a waiver.
Okay, just one second.
That would be the case ending in 798, Your Honor. Rick Payne for the record.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then the record is clear. In cause number 2025 CR 0075662C, did you review the true bill of indictment in that case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And with your attorney, and did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And state, in that case, are you proceeding on the indictment as presented?
Your Honor, we're reading count 2, continuing count 1 alone.
No objection, Judge.
And in that cause number as well, the court will find that the state is in compliance with discovery. And the cause number. All right, and there's no W in the other cause number?
And I mentioned that to my client, that maybe that's just some new Odyssey thing and there's no W anymore. Okay.
Yeah, the clerk informed me they don't put W's at the end anymore.
All right.
I asked the same thing just a second.
All right, Mr. Aggerro, did you review the waiver of indictment reading of information and rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure with your attorney? Did
I
you
did, Your Honor.
understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to have your attorney, well, first, you have a right to be indicted by a grand jury. And they would hear whatever evidence is presented to them and make a decision on whether or not you should be held over for trial. Your attorney has certain rights. They have the right to have 3 entire days pass. And they also have the right to have 10 days pass to prepare for trial. Did you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
By entering this agreement, you're giving up those rights. That you intend to give up those rights?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived indictment reading of information and rights under Article 1.051 and 26.03 of the Code of Criminal Procedure. In that cause number, did you review the information?
Yes.
All right, and counsel, do you waive the reading of the information?
I do, Judge.
State you're proceeding on it as presented.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, in each of these cause numbers, you've entered a application for deferred adjudication or community supervision, and you reviewed that with your attorney
Yes, Your Honor.
and you signed it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. In each of the cause numbers, did you review the court admonishments?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
In the cause number ending in the letter C, the state is proceeding with manufacturing, delivery, and controlled substance penalty group 2, 4 to 400 grams. That's a first-degree felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 5 to 99 years or life in prison and up to a $10,000 fine. If the court grants your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication is revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to life in prison and up to $10,000 fine. In the cause number ending in 8, the state is charging you with abandonment or endanger of a child, criminal negligence as a state jail felony. Range of punishment is anywhere from 180 days up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. If the court were to grant your application for deferred adjudication, if for any reason your deferred adjudication were revoked, the court could find you guilty and sentence you up to 2 years in the state jail facility and up to a $10,000 fine. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each of the cause numbers, if you have a plea bargain agreement with the state, the court does not have to follow your plea. If for any reason the court does not follow your plea and gives you more than you bargained for, the fact that you entered a plea will not be used against you and you will be allowed to withdraw your plea. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each cause number, you have a right to jury trial, a right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses. The state would call in the right to remain silent. By entering into these plea bargain agreements, you're giving up those rights. Did you intend to give up those rights and enter into pleas in each of these cause numbers?
I did, Your Honor.
Counsel, in each of the cause numbers, has your client been able to provide you with any defenses?
He has to.
Do you believe he has a rational as well as a factual understanding of the charges against him?
He does.
Do you believe he's currently competent and was legally sane at the time of the offense?
I do.
In each cause number, sir, has anyone threatened you, coerced you, or placed you in fear to get you to enter the plea?
They have not, Your Honor.
Anyone promise you anything other than the plea?
No, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with the way you've been represented?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
In each cause number, the court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived his right to jury trial. In each cause number, according to the plea bargain agreement, there's to be a fine in one of $2,000. The other fine is $1,500. The cases were run concurrently. The state is recommending deferred adjudication, and there's to be restitution of $380 to the Bexar County Crime Lab for drug testing. Did you understand that to be the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Defense?
Yes, Judge.
State? Did you review the waiver of appeal paragraph in each paragraph? Did you understand it and sign it in both places?
I did, Your Honor.
By signing that, you're waiving your right to appeal. The only items that can be appealed are written pretrial motions that have been filed, heard, and ruled upon by the court. Did you understand?
I did, Your Honor.
Counsel, are there any such motions? Outside the agreement and the cause number ending in C, the state is recommending that your community supervision be for a term of 6 years. There be 200 hours of community service restitution, the MRT, and life skills course. And the cause number ending in 8, there's to be 2 years of community service restitution, 100 hours community service restitution, no contact with Layla Aggerro, parenting classes, TAP evaluation, follow all recommendations in the MRT. Did you understand those are recommendations from the state and the court does not have to follow those recommendations?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then in cause number ending in 9-8, how do you plea?
Oh, I just wanted to clarify that we were going, no agreement on the Layla, no contact order.
All right, then in cause number 9-8, how do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest?
And in cause number ending in C, how do you plead to count 2, guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
State any evidence.
In both of the cases, state exhibit number 1 with all the statutes.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
In each cause number, did you review the waiver and stipulations with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it in all the appropriate places? Again, did you understand you have a right to jury trial, right for you or your attorney to cross-examine and confront any witnesses the state would call in the right to remain silent?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand that today the state will be presenting evidence in the form of witnesses' statements and police reports? But most importantly, there will be no live testimony. Did you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will find that defendant has knowingly and voluntarily waived and consented to stipulation of testimony and stipulations. Court will accept into evidence states exhibits 1 and attachments, and the court will review the same. All right, each cause number, after reviewing states exhibits 1 and attachments, the court will find there is sufficient evidence to find you guilty. The court will defer finding of guilt as you've applied for deferred adjudication. Are you proceeding with sentencing?
Yes, Judge.
Anything you wish to say on behalf of your client?
I'm very happy with the plea bargain. I think that both sides were very fair. I'm just, the Layla is only 3. And the CPS case that was open when all this happened has been cleared. He had to take some parenting classes. He got custody back. They never took her away. So that's all good. So, and I, had a nice long talk with him about not making this kind of fairly kind of stupid mistake again. And so we just want the no harmful instead of no contact with Layla.
All right, I don't know about that. And let me just tell you why I don't know about that. One, I don't know what work CPS did. There's an issue if you have drugs and the growing of drugs, and there's a baby crib where the drugs are being grown, and you have children who live at your house, but you disregarding that. A child can't say, hey, Dad, I don't want you growing drugs in my room. I don't want you growing drugs in my house. And that's where we are. And I don't know what kind of work CPS did.
Well, and the thing that I'm concerned about, Judge, is Kelly, the mother of this child, is also charged. Now, I don't know if they charged her with child endangerment, but she certainly was there. She's charged with the drug aspect of this. So you do a no contact on the parents.
Well, there's
It's
gonna
got
be
no-
no contact with him.
Well, but she lives with him, the mother, and the mother is charged with, except for the child endangerment, but she was charged. I don't think she was charged with child. She was same exact thing as him. So if you take, no contact on him, it's no contact on her, and then the kid.
Well, I don't know what I'm gonna do about mom, but what I'm doing with this case is there's no contact with Layla Aggerro. Now, if you all want to wait and have sentencing at another date, we can have sentencing at another date, and you can have Child Protective Services come in and explain to me what he has done.
Well, I know that Kelly is in the lineup to plead today, so we could wait to see what you're gonna, it seems it wouldn't be fair to, say, okay, well, she can.
Well, all cases are individual. I treat everybody as an individual. I don't understand why CPS would return a child to somebody who's growing drugs in the child's room. But I don't know what CPS did. Sometimes CPS will, as you know, counsel, sometimes CPS will dismiss cases. And the reason why they dismiss and close cases is because one parent did the service plan, the other didn't. I don't know if he did his service plan or not. I don't know if they had a family-based service plan. I don't know what happened. So what I can do is I can take his plea now. And then if somebody wants to get the court some information or documentation from CPS, then I'll look at that.
All right, let me talk to him.
Yes, come forward. And then after this, we're bringing the jury back in.
He wants probation.
All right, come forward, Mr. Cooper. All right. All right, we're back on the record in 2024 CR 008984 and 2024 CR 5691, State versus Eric Lee Cooper. And I'm sorry, if you could have I need a trial court certification for both of these cases. All right, Mr. Cooper, I find violation of condition number 4 true in each of these cause numbers. Do you want the court to continue you on probation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you understand that the court is going to find you guilty in each cause number and place you on community supervision?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're asking for? Are you waiving your right to appeal? All right, then in each cause number, I'm going to find you guilty. And cause number 2024 CR 008984. All previous conditions will remain. And there's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. And the court is going to sentence you any request for the underlying.
Your Honor, the underlying, we would be requesting 8 to 10 years.
All right, The court will sentence you to 8 years in the prison, suspended and probated for 8 years. And cause number 2024 CR 5691. The court is going to find you guilty with all previous conditions. There's to be no unsupervised contact with minors. Any requests for the underlying?
Fine, that's the state jail, Your Honor, please request the 2 years.
All right, there'll be 2 years in a state jail facility, suspended and probated for 5 years. Probation, is there any other requests?
Judge, I would still ask for the GPS. I would ask for the GPS and bi-weekly reporting for.
All right, there'll be a GPS waive fees, and the GPS will be for tracking. And you say bi-weekly reporting? For how long?
60 days.
And bi-weekly reporting for 60 days. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so I'm sorry, did you review the trial court certification of defendants' rights to appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you do not have a right to appeal in either of these cases because you waived your right to appeal. Because these are felony convictions, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. If you have a question over what a weapon or ammunition is, you'll need to speak to an attorney. Do you understand? We can go off the record. I'm going to tell you again. If there's an issue, let probation know about it. If you feel they're not addressing it, you can still come to the court. You understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Guys, could you bring out Mr. Bach? Yes, what's your question?
The supervisor with minors, does that mean children too?
Yes, that means that there will have to be someone there with you, another adult.
Their mothers?
Yeah, it could be their mother. It could be the person who's here with you today.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. All right, I need him to sign that.
He assigned these
Okay, I need to sign them.
case numbers. It's okay, we'll put them on it. And
Yes.
I never know what box to put on these MTRs.
Oh, I always do it.
Yeah.
We still need to be cancelled yet. Yep, still need probation.
August 26th. I'm sure, that should be, yeah, Ashley said you just needed a week.
Thank
So
you.
doing just like,
Yeah,
Is that
we
you?
already have a time too, so it's- that's the people next night.
Right.
21st or 28th? 26. 21st or 26th. Yeah, hold on. 26th, yeah, you see this one.
okay, I'm gonna approach that. Well, there's no point in doing that now. We just wait for the CPS records.
I'll look at it.
Join.
Ms. Holland.
Your copies, yeah.
Sorry. Thank you.
I didn't know. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I'm okay. Judge, we
Yes.
have a reset date to August 26th for the state to get the
Oh.
CPS records to you.
Yes. And you say August 26th?
This is the date. we're picking it.
Okay.
If I may, I have a co-defendant, but I have a
Yes.
reset to that date too.
Oh, are they entering their plea?
Uh,
Have you finished the paperwork?
well, we wanted to see what the results were. We want to test the waters, Judge.
Wade in the water?
We want to test, yeah, put that toe and test the water, see what the temperature is before.
Oh, the water is great.
Water's fine, huh?
Yes.
Yes. There's a good little fish called a piranha. You know,
Yeah, I don't want them up in the water. Piranhas.
Yeah. I think it's-
No, Paneer's case, we can do the plea tomorrow. He can appear by Zoom.
they probably won't have that paperwork. So they won't have that paperwork.
Oh, no, but we'll take your client's plea and we can put sentencing at a different date.
But without the records. My preference would be to have those records, just in case.
All right, we're ready to proceed. And
Madam-
Deputy Laura. Thank you. Right, we're ready.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, state you may proceed.
And it is further presented in to said court that the defendant did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, to wit, a motor vehicle, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury during the commission of this offense against the peace and dignity of the state. Signed, foreman of the jury.
And how do you plead to that, true or not true?
Not true.
All right, you may be seated. State, do you have any opening statements?
At this time, we waive opening statements, Your Honor.
All right, state, call your first witness.
The state calls investigator Curtis Callender.
All right, if you can raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand, have a seat, and I believe you've previously been sworn. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Curtis, CURTIS, Calendar, CALLENDER.
All right, state you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Callender, are you the same investigator Callender that testified in the guilt innocence portion of this trial? And is your training and experience the same as you previously explained to the jury?
Yes,
Okay. And now in your training and experience, can a motor vehicle be a deadly weapon?
yes,
And, sorry. And in your training and experience, can a motor vehicle cause death or serious bodily injury?
yes, it's certainly possible.
We pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense. All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Rodrigo Ortiz.
Yes. Defense, do you have any opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long process and these cases are stressful. And I know that emotionally it can be draining, the subject matter. But we need your attention for a little while longer. While in this stage of the case, you get to know Samuel a little bit better and what this accident and the trajectory of the accident has had on his life. And as well as some of the complications that he's dealt with growing up. And so at the end of this, I think that you'll find that once you've heard some of the backstory for him, you'll realize that prison isn't the answer in this case. And we're going to be asking you to grant probation. You also are going to be asked by the state whether or not this is a deadly weapon in the manner of its use. And I would argue to you that there was never any intent to use this weapon, this vehicle as a weapon. It, as you heard in Fort Dyer, that deadly weapon charges or that accusation, if you find true, it increases the punishment range of manslaughter. So it is a serious finding. It has major repercussions, and we ask that you take that seriously because just as the state pointed out that a pillow can be a deadly weapon if used in the manner with the intent to cause death, I don't think that I think that when you hear the evidence, you'll realize that that was not the intent of this particular object. And so I'm going to ask that you find not true as to the deadly weapon.
All right, defense, do you have any witnesses?
At this time, I'm going to call Robert Walsh.
All right, if you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear. All right, if you'll state your name for the record.
Robert Walsh.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh.
I'm employed with Bexar County Pretrial Services.
And what does Bexar County Pretrial Services do?
We supervise defendants on conditions of bond while released on bond.
Okay, and have you had an opportunity in your employment to supervise Samuel?
Yes, since June 9th.
Okay,
This year.
and before that, do you know who supervised him?
He was supervised by 3 different officers. Off the top of my head, I was Officer Garza, Officer Valadez, I believe Officer Boha.
And how long has he been under pretrial services supervision?
Since November 20th, 2023.
And during that time, have you had, well, what are the kind of things that you look for in pretrial services?
We supervise the conditions stated by the court. We supervise those conditions and watch for any type of violations. In terms of this case, it's verifying that the defendant has no possession of firearms, alcohol consumption during the time of supervision. And then for his case, the defendant, he was on partial house arrest, which means he's released to work as well as go to school with proof of employment, proof of registration for school. And then for court appearances, meetings with attorneys and things like that. And a violation would be submitted if any of those were to be violated, such as an unapproved leave.
As a what?
Unapproved leave.
Okay.
Unapproved leave. And then the defendant, May of this year, was switched to tracking. So a violation in that case would just be if the monitor was removed, if there was a strap tamper that wasn't cleared, like if they refused to inspect the device.
And in regards to your pretrial supervision, were there any violations?
Come in.
And did you have any issues with Samuel Bach since November 20th of 2023?
No, only hiccups we ever had were sometimes some schedules not being inputted correctly, which were quickly remedied with the defendant supplying their work schedule and things like that when they did begin employment.
So let's talk a little bit about the partial house arrest. What does that mean?
Partial house arrest is very similar to full house arrest, which is full lockdown. Besides, they're allowed to have a work release as well as go to school. In the case of this defendant, he did work with proof of employment at AutoZone, February 2024, where he began working at AutoZone, and he would supply us his work schedule weekly to allow us to open up his window to go to work.
And you said that it was modified to tracking only and what, when?
May of this year, May 5th, I believe.
State,
No questions, Your Honor.
thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Defense, call your next witness.
And at this time, Your Honor, we call Desiree White.
All right, if you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
my name is Desiree White, W-E-I-K.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. White, now, how are you employed?
I am a probation officer with Bear County Community Supervision and Corrections Department. My current position is court liaison officer.
Okay, and so in that position, what are some of the things that you use?
The first is I'm a liaison, so my job is to help process paperwork from my coworkers that are doing supervision to the court, as well as give information back to my coworkers that come from ADAs and from the judge. The other part is if a person is granted supervision or probation, it is my job to read off conditions of probation and sometimes even make appointments for them.
Okay, and let's talk about conditions of probation.
Yes.
What are those?
In general, they are for lack of a better term, they are the rules that a person must abide by while they are on supervision.
And can you give me some examples of conditions of probation?
In general speaking, the first condition is do not commit new offenses or be convicted of new crimes. The second condition is do not consume drugs, alcohol, or prescription drugs not prescribed to you. Under that falls, you must submit to urinalysis or some form of drug testing. There's other conditions that are more general, such as you must account for yourself, so you must be employed. You must provide an address. If you're not employed, you need to be engaged in some type of activity within the community. Also, there's prohibitions against having certain items like drug paraphernalia. There's weapons prohibitions, and there's a whole, it's literally a packet of conditions, and that's just generally speaking. And then at the judge's discretion, there can be more tailored or specialized conditions depending on the offense or the circumstances surrounding the offense.
Okay, and in regards to probation, do y'all offer any classes?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of classes are available under probation?
Classes are offered based on the discretion of the judge. We do have assessments that we conduct first to see what is appropriate. Not all things are for all people, but if we have someone that has a drug alcohol situation, we would do a drug alcohol assessment, which would determine their level of need. Some people need just a class on education. Some people actually need treatment where they speak to a counselor. And some people need a more structured environment what we would call in the streets a rehab. If a person has anger management issues, we have different levels of, we have stress management, we have anger management, we also have hostility management. It runs the gamut depending on the person's needs.
Okay, have you heard of a class called moral recognition?
Yes,
And what is that?
moral recognition is, it's a mixture of two things. One is it addresses criminal thinking errors, which, why did you do the thing that you did that got you where you are? And another is sometimes it will teach why something is not socially acceptable. It kind of meshes the two things together.
And in regards to mental health, do y'all have programs that are able to address mental health, people that are dealing with mental health?
Yes.
And what would those be?
We have an assessment that is done first, and that assessment has two components. The first component is there an issue that we can address? The second component is what level of care and concern a person needs. We have, if a person qualifies for the treatment, we have our own mental health unit in which a person is matched with a mental health probation officer, someone who has additional training in mental health, and a person in the community with the agency called Center for Healthcare Services, and they would report to that unit and they work as a team. So that's an outpatient program. If there's something more severe that needs to be addressed, we have a facility that addresses mental health and drug alcohol abuse. You do that, and then on the backside you have aftercare. That's something we have actually in-house, and then there's partners that we work with in the community in case they don't meet the criteria for the programs that we have.
Okay, and then let me ask you about community service hours. Are those part or can it be part of probation?
It can be part of probation. Where a person does service hours is at the discretion of the judge. The judge can order a particular place, and if that is not ordered, we have a list of vetted partners that we work with that we can send people to.
And do they have fees associated with community supervision?
Yes, there are fees associated with community supervision. There's typically 3 fees. The first is the statutory fee of $60 a month. That the judge has a little bit discretion on that. Then there is a court cost and a court fine. So those are like the 3 major. And then if there is a restitution assessed, that would be incorporated into their monthly fees, in which they would pay the monthly fee, and then probation would then forward those funds over to people that are on the receiving end of the restitution.
Now, let me ask, you work in a felony court, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you work in a specific felony court?
Yes, I work in the 226.
Okay, and so, when you've been in a 226, do you have felons that are on probation?
Yes.
And, so this is an accepted manner of punishment for certain felons.
Yes.
Now, you talked about assessments, in regards to tailoring kind of the probation to fit the needs of that particular defendant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so if someone gets probation, y'all will perform those assessments and then assess what classes or any other additional treatment someone might need.
Yes. All right.
Good afternoon, Ms. White. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, and you?
I'm doing well, thank you. So I just have a couple of questions about the assessments that you talked about. So primarily the drug and alcohol assessment, that's referred to in the courtroom as a TAP evaluation, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so primarily with the TAP evaluation, that would require a defendant to be forthcoming to the interviewer about any substance abuse issues that they have, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so if a defendant is not forthcoming with the TAP officer, then that treatment wouldn't be ordered, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay, and then, so if the defendant is not truthful about their substance abuse issues, then how would that be monitored through the court and continuing like your analysis test, or how would that be ordered?
A TAP or treatment alternative to incarceration program eval, it looks at totality. So part of it is based on self-admission. The other part, there's many little small sections that are looked at. One small section is, has this person tested positive for substances?
Okay.
So if a person says, I have not used X, Y, or Z, but there's a urinalysis or some other type of test that says, yes, there is X, Y, and Z, they look at the total picture. Another situation that is looked at is criminal history. Is there a criminal history of a substance-related offense?
Okay. And so if there's no positive urinalysis or no or drug history, then that wouldn't be the right treatment for a defendant. Is that fair to say?
It can be.
Okay. But that first step is kind of the defendant being forthcoming with probation about any issues that they may have.
Yes.
Okay. And then talking about the mental health assessment, that is kind of also has to be self-reported or any prior diagnoses, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so I guess the program here in Bexar County for any mental health issues, is that the dual diagnosis DDRF program?
The DDRF is the inpatient facility.
Okay, and what is the outpatient facility?
It's called MIC, or mental impairment caseload.
Okay, and so for DDRF specifically, which is inpatient, it's a very strict criteria to qualify for that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, and in felony courts, when assessments are done, a lot of the times defendants don't meet the criteria for that. Is that fair to say?
It's 50-50, honestly.
Okay. Now, when we are talking about probation, Ms. Sawyer's asked you about some classes. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so one class that is typically assessed in misdemeanor punishment is like a driver safety course. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes, we also call it defensive driving.
Okay, and that's about an 8-hour course. You would agree with me, right?
Depending on the provider, it could be 8 or 16.
Okay, and probation doesn't have any way to, well, let's say hypothetically a judge ordered a condition of no driving on a defendant. Well, that would be a condition of his probation. Obviously, probation doesn't have the capacity to send an officer out to the defendant's house to make sure that he doesn't have access to a motor vehicle or be with him every day to make sure that he's not driving, right?
Correct. We do not have the ability to do one-on-one 24/7. We can do visits. However, the scheduling of the visit, scheduling is our department being able to do it, depends on many different factors.
Okay. And if we are talking about monitoring speed on a vehicle, probation doesn't have any way to do that, correct?
To my knowledge, I don't think there's a technology.
Okay. Now let's say hypothetically, you said that, as part of probation, that a defendant is not to pick up any new offenses. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so let's say hypothetically, a defendant that is on probation receives a speeding ticket. Probation would not be notified of that, right?
No, municipal type offenses is not something that we are normally made aware of. It's only when they hit a certain misdemeanor classification that we would receive notification of such.
Okay, and so like speeding and, you know, like failure to drive without license and in certain circumstances, those are class C violations, right?
I'm not too sure.
Okay, but you're saying that you would only receive notification for class A and class B misdemeanors that would be in Bear County charged as criminal offenses?
Yes.
Okay, we pass it on, sir.
Defense.
So if someone violates, what are some of the consequences that can happen? If they violate their probation, conditions of probation.
The consequence, or what we would call the sanction of a violation, depends upon the nature of the offense. Oh, sorry, the nature of the violation. If a person has an offense, they have committed or they've allegedly committed a new offense, that would result in a violation report and possibly a motion to revoke probation. If it's something that is more of a technical nature, sometimes that is something that we can address directly with the judge and ask if we can use some type of intervention before we go through the legal process of asking that probation is removed.
So for instance, like a technical violation, they failed to appear at a meeting that was with their probation officer, right? That'd be technical.
That would be a technical.
Okay, but in regards to, when you use the term motion to revoke probation, if a probation is revoked, what is the result of that?
They can go to prison.
So if it's revoked, then whatever prison time that they were assessed, that was probated, would become active, can become active, and they can be prison at that time.
Yes.
Okay, now, in regards to filing motions to revoke probation, would you agree with me that if you're, well, let's talk about the length of time that someone can be on probation for a second degree or first degree felony is 10 years, correct?
10 years deferred adjudication, and then they can be revoked and placed on regular probation, or we call the 20-year plan. If someone is on probation, convicted or regular probation, it's a max of 10.
Okay, and so in this case, it would be probation because deferred adjudication.
Okay.
So limiting it to probation, if someone gets revoked from probation, or the time that they can be monitored on probation is a maximum of 10 years, correct? Okay, and in regards to that, if someone went 9 years and 350 days and violated on the 9-year 350th day, what could happen if the probation is revoked?
Well, they would be looking at prison time regardless of how much time is left. The amount of time is at the discretion of the judge.
Okay, so when someone is sentenced to probation, do they have also at that same time an underlying term of prison that's being probated?
Yes.
Okay. And so if they're revoked, does that whole amount of time come back on the table?
That's again at the discretion of the judge.
But it's that range of punishment, right?
Yes, there is a range.
That part has been probated, and so now if they violate, even if they went 9 years and 355 days and violated on that last day, they still would face that full range of punishment for the prison time.
Yes, at the discretion of the judge.
Now, would you agree with me that you have violent offenders that are on probation?
I don't object as to relevant.
Sustained.
And if an individual is ordered to tender proof of employment, the judge can do that, correct?
It's actually a statute of probation.
Okay, but it's you regularly, would you agree with me, you regularly have people tendering you documents like tax returns or proof of employment
Yes.
as conditions of their probation?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that Samuel could be ordered to tender his driving record on a regular basis to check for any violations?
I'm gonna object as to leading and speculation.
Sustained.
Is it possible that they can be ordered to produce certain documents
Yes,
And the judge can set that.
yes.
And y'all are in that, I guess, y'all have a process already in place to monitor that as one of the conditions.
I'm not sure what that is.
Like for instance, if one of the conditions is one of the conditions to tender tax returns.
It is not stated as such, it's to render financial documents.
Okay, but then what is the process to receive those? Is there a process to track it?
Just gonna object us to relevance, Your Honor.
Relevancy.
Your Honor, it's just showing that there are mechanisms in place to track anything that the judge orders to.
All right, you can ask the question.
Are there processes in place to track anything a judge orders you?
Yes.
No further questions and excused by state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may step down. All right, call your next witness.
Yes, at this time, I call Stephanie Bach.
All right, if you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand, have a seat. Just make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone can hear.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and if you'll state your name for the record,
Stephanie Bock.
you may proceed.
You know,
I'm his grandmother.
and I'm gonna ask you what is his birthday?
He's born July 5th, 2003.
And at birth, were there any complications?
Yes, Sammy was born extremely early. He wasn't supposed to be born until September, and he was born in July, as I said. So he was premature. And so it was a rough start, my first grandchild, and I was a young grandmother as well as his parents were young parents.
And how old were his parents at the time he was born?
My son was 15 and his mother was 16.
And what kind of life in the early years, what was life like in the early years for Samuel?
Well, of course, struggles because of being a premature baby. But he was a happy baby. He did have to, he remained in the hospital for a month after he was born because his birth rate was too low. And I lived with my son and Samuel's mother in the Ronald McDonald House here in San Antonio. While my husband stayed in Del Rio, Texas, because he was still active duty military.
And so as life progresses for Samuel, does he graduate high school?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and did you do extracurricular activities in high school?
Absolutely. Samuel was on the football team in high school. He was on the bowling team. He was in the choir. He was also in some advanced classes. He was also on a new program that they had started for kids that were active in skateboarding, where they went out to some of the middle school or intermediate school campuses and talked to other kids about getting involved in activities.
And let me ask you, prior to the accident, which was January 22nd or 25th, 2022, did Samuel have a job?
He did not.
And do you know how old he would have been on January 25th, 2025?
He was 18.
And has Samuel struggled with any mental health issues?
A little bit. He was struggled a little bit after his parents broke up, which is understandable. When he was around 15, 16 years old. So it was hard for him.
And let's talk about since then, has he had any mental health issues?
Yes, after the accident, it was very tough on Sam. I'm sorry. Give me one. He didn't want to leave the house. He didn't want to leave the house after the accident.
And let me ask you, on January 25th, 2022, was he arrested?
No,
And do you recall when he was arrested?
it was in November of November 18th. Been 18 months, so 20,
2023?
yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, so from January 25th of 2022 until November 18th of 2023, there were no pending charges.
No, we had no idea.
Okay, at that point, he didn't believe that any charges were gonna be pressed.
No, ma'am.
Now, based off of that, though, you said he wouldn't leave the house. What was going on at the house?
He just didn't want to leave.
And were there any other mannerisms or instances that concerned you about Samuel
Yeah, he used to.
during that time period between January 22nd, 25th, 2022 and November 18th, 2020?
Yes, he didn't like when we left.
And so in regards to that, what transpired? What was the result of that?
My husband and I worked together as real estate agents. So one of us would leave. So that somebody was there with him. Because he didn't want to be alone.
And during that time period, would he drive?
Not really, not much. I mean, he still could. He still had his driver's license.
Okay, but did he express any kind of, what was the status of him driving? Who drove?
I mean, if he went somewhere with us, we drove.
And were you with him? Oh, well, I'm sorry. Were you with him
Majority of
for-
the time, yes, ma'am.
And when did that, how long did that go on?
Up until his arrest. And then, up until his arrest, of course, and then there were some nights that he just couldn't sleep. So he would come in our room and just knock on the door.
And what was his demeanor at that time?
Just anxious. He has anxiety.
And were there any other manifestations of his, what you like, when you come into your room, what did his demeanor look like?
Just scared. Just traumatized.
Now, has he sought any type of mental health?
No, we told him we would pay for it. Because he don't have health insurance.
Now, during that time period, did he have a job?
Not before he was arrested, no.
And then after he was arrested, what happened?
My husband and I bailed him out. And then he got a job right away. He started applying and he got a job at AutoZone. And within months, he was already management. And he was just
really just dug into his career, trying to do better for himself.
And at that point, was he on partial house arrest?
He was.
Okay, and what are the things besides working, what if anything else do you do?
He dug into his health. We built him a gym in the garage because he couldn't leave. And he would go out in the garage and work out for hours with his friends that would come over. And he really dug into it. He started working with me to like meal prep for him. And we were learning recipes together and stuff for meal prepping so that he could get his health in line as well.
Now, where does Samuel live currently?
He lives with him, myself, and his grandfather.
And is he still working?
Yes.
And what is his position?
He is a lead sales parts manager, I think is what they call it. He's in a lead position. He opens and closes facility and supervises the staff on duty.
And did the trajectory of Samuel's life change after the accident?
Yes.
Do you feel like he's in a better place now than he was before the accident?
It motivated him just to dig deep and make himself better all the way around.
And in regards to punishment, do you feel that prison would be appropriate for Steve?
Judge, I'm gonna object as to improper invading in the province of the jury and relevance.
All right, that'll be sustained.
Do you feel that probation would be appropriate?
Yes.
Okay, and why?
And not someone that people in prison to me are usually someone that's a danger, or they're out trying to hurt someone. He really is not, to me, that person. Like, he's such a good-hearted person and loving and caring. He cares about everybody.
And do you think that based on his experience and being monitored at with pre-trial services that he would do well on probation?
I'm gonna object as to speculation.
Sustained.
Did
State.
Ms. Bock, I just have a couple of questions for you, okay?
Yes.
So how long has Samuel lived with you?
Off and on his whole life.
Okay, and so he was living with you at the time that this crash occurred back in January of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and he's still currently living with you?
Yes.
And is that out there on Stewart Road, close to Candella's Mexican restaurant?
It's about 10 minutes.
Okay. And I guess for all intents and purposes, I know that you're his grandmother, but did you take a big role in helping raise him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and so you're kind of like a mother figure to him, is that fair to say?
He has a mother, but we were both active in raising him.
Okay. And so, I mean, it sounds like you've done your best to give him a pretty good life. Is that fair to say?
I feel like I did.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, like building him a gym as a mental outlet and all of that stuff, you would agree with me, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, I want to talk to you about the date of the crash, which is January 25th of 2022. That day, you and your husband, John Bock, did make the scene of the crash. Is that correct?
Yes, afterwards.
Okay, and did Samuel call you to go to the site, or how did you?
Samuel called my husband.
Okay, And so you all appear there, and so you and your husband were the owners of that silver Cadillac, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you have loaned it to the defendant to use, right?
Yes.
Okay. About how long have you been using your vehicle?
He has had access to my vehicle since he was 16.
Okay. And on that date, you testified that he was 18 years old.
That's correct.
Okay, and so, you've been present and through the whole trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you've seen all of the evidence that the jury saw, right?
Yes.
Okay, and, so you saw the in-car video where it was recording the defendant in the backseat of that patrol vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so when he is speaking on his cell phone, he's talking to you or your husband, John Bach?
He was talking to my husband.
Okay, and you were present for that conversation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so you heard him tell your husband that he was driving the speed limit at the time of the crash, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so in watching secret exhibit number 2, which is the video of the crash, that was not true, right?
I wasn't present at the crash.
Okay, but you watched
there
exhibit
after.
number 2, right?
I saw the video.
Okay, and so did that appear to be somebody driving the speed limit to you?
My eyes are not radar detectors.
I'm sorry, what?
My eyes aren't radar detectors. I can't watch a video and know how fast somebody's going.
Okay, so did that vehicle look like it was moving fast or slow to you?
I'm not sure what you're asking me. Like if we all been here. I don't know what you're asking me. I can't tell how fast a car is going by looking at a video. If that's what you're asking me.
That is what I'm asking you, and
I can't tell by watching a video.
okay, so you saw the video of the crash.
I did.
Okay, and in your opinion, you can't testify if that was fast or slow.
I saw a couple seconds of a video. No, I saw him lock up the brakes and I saw him hit the other car. Yes.
Okay, so you can tell that from the video, but you can't tell the speed at which the impact occurred.
No, I can't.
Okay, that's fine. Now, talking about the mental health issues, has Samuel ever gone to a doctor and been diagnosed with any mental health issues? Or are these just observations that you've made?
They're just observations I've made.
Okay, and so, I mean, you stated that you would be able to put him into private counseling, correct?
I offered, yes.
Okay, but he's never undergone any type of evaluation or received any diagnosis before?
No.
Okay. Now, and talking about, I mean, you stated that you and your husband bonded him out of jail, correct?
Yes, we did.
And that was in November, correct? He was arrested and then you shortly after bonded him out, correct?
Yes. Ma'am.
Okay, and so he did not spend but a day in jail, and then he's been on bond ever since, correct?
I don't remember if it was a day and a half. It took us a little while to get him out. But yeah, he's been out on bond since.
Okay. And you testified that you believe that prison is for people that pose a danger to society. Is
Yes.
that what you think? Okay, and so you stated that you believe prison is for people that are trying to hurt someone, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so, and you understand that although in your opinion, he wasn't, well, you understand that while Samuel was not trying to hurt someone, his recklessness did cause the death of Mr. Carlos Dominguez. You understand that, correct?
I understand it wasn't his intent.
Okay. Like I said, while he was not intending to do that, that was the result of his actions that day. You understand?
I do understand.
Okay, and so you love Samuel a great deal, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you don't want to see anything bad happen to him, do you? Do you believe that people should be held accountable for their actions?
Yes.
We passed the witness, Your Honor.
Not, when you say people should be held accountable for their actions, does that mean that there's alternatives that you
Yes.
feel are appropriate?
Absolutely.
Okay, and What do you feel that would be?
Judge, I'm gonna object as to relevance and what she feels is not relevant to the proceedings.
Sustained.
Now, other than January 2022, other than that accident, has there been, are you aware of any other instance in which Samuel has violated the traffic law, gotten a ticket or anything?
He's never had as much of a parking ticket. He's been on my car insurance the whole time.
So, I mean, in regards to driving,
Yes, he's never had any traffic violations, ever. Since he was 16.
and once he was put on house arrest, did he start to drive?
Yeah, to go to work. He had to go to work.
So he drives himself to work
Yes, ma'am.
and he drives himself back?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any further questions?
Can we approach very briefly?
Yes.
Controlled substance, PG 1 gram to 4 grams on October 1st, 2021, in which he would have been living with his grandmother.
All right, so to the court reporter, if you could read back and see if what the question was and what the answer was for the court, please.
Question. Now, other than January 25th, 2022, other than that accident, are you aware of any other instance in which Samuel has violated the traffic law and gotten a ticket or anything? Answer, he's never had much of a parking ticket. Been on my car insurance the whole time. Question, okay, so in regards to driving, answer, yes, he's never had any traffic violations ever since he was 16.
All right. So I'll hear argument.
Well, Judge, my argument is that she opened the door and making a false representation to the jury that he's a law-abiding citizen and has never been in trouble since he was 16 years old. And I think it's leaving a false impression with the jury as to his interactions with the legal system.
And Your Honor, I was very specific in asking about the traffic ticket. Or traffic violations. And additionally, the state has not filed any extraneous offensive, or B, with the court to give me notice, nor have they tendered any of the documents that are related to that charge. And that charge has been dismissed. They don't have any of the witnesses listed there, so we could address that. So I believe that, you know, it is not appropriate to talk about that instance based off of their traffic. And they're two completely different categories of being.
All right, state.
Judge, and I just would argue that a party that opens the door, she opened the door to otherwise inadmissible evidence, but she risked the adverse consequences of having that admitted. And so there would not be notice of requirement for rebuttal evidence, which we wouldn't have been planning to introduce this evidence had the question and testimony not been elicited from the last witness, leaving a false impression with the jury.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a 2-minute break.
Yes.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Deputy Laura, if you'll bring the jury back in. And for closing, both sides said 10 minutes, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and the last witness, that witness is excused?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if these are on.
No. All right, we're ready.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the previous witness's testimony has concluded. Is that correct? State and defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
All right, defense, you may call your next witness.
I'll stand the clock.
All right, if you'll take the stand, please. All right, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record.
Samuel Allen Bach.
All right, and make sure you keep your voice up so everyone can hear. All right, defense, you may proceed.
Samuel,
22.
how old were you at the time of death?
I was 18.
And I'm gonna ask you some questions about your child. Can you tell us a little bit about your childhood?
I don't remember a lot all the way, of course, as much as you do as a child. From what I do remember, living with my parents was hard. Biological parents, constant arguing, back and forth banter. It was only whenever I moved in with my grandmother, Stephanie, that I started to mature in life and live in a productive household.
And in regards to that, did you graduate high school?
I did.
And when you were in high school, did you take honors classes?
I did. I was in AP English and Science.
Or the math, did you take AP math?
I did not. Math was not my strong suit.
What types of things did you do in high school, extracurriculars?
I was an anchor on the bowling team, which for anybody that doesn't know, that's one of your higher scoring players. I was also on the freshman football team. I got out on the sophomore year because I wanted to pursue bowling more instead of football. Other than that, like my grandmother mentioned, I was also a member of the skateboarding team back in middle school before high school.
And in regards to your trajectory after high school, what were you employed after high school?
No,
Had
I was not employed all the way up until about 20 years old.
had you applied for college?
No.
And would you say things are going well for you at that point?
No.
And when we talk about January 25th, 2022, was that a turning point in your life?
Yes.
Have you dealt with any mental health issues?
Yes.
And what are those?
General, mainly depression. I struggled a lot with that, just putting myself into bad spots, just without care. Anxiety, and other than that, I don't have anything else I can say for sure. Mainly just because I do need to get diagnosed. I need to see a mental health doctor.
In regards to the time after the accident, let's say between January 25th, 2022 and the date of your arrest on 11/18/2023. Talk to me about that time.
That was rough. So the dates you were giving me was that time of accident and then up to my incarceration?
The time your date of arrest.
Yes. Okay. So after the accident, I struggled to feel comfortable in a vehicle. Of course, it's traumatic. Somebody lost their life, and I could have very well lost mine as well from everything that transpired on the day of the accident. So I was terrified to get behind the wheel or even in the passenger seat of cars. I still get passenger anxiety just because I feel like people aren't going to stop fast enough. Just accidents on the roadway scare me. So with that being said, I didn't really leave the house much. Mainly like a homebody, stayed inside a lot. Didn't really want to do much. And then when I was a couple months after the accident, I tried to kind of break myself out of that because I was getting very upset, down in the slumps, I guess you could say, just depressed. And that took a while to get out of.
And starting November 18th of 2023, did that mark another turning point?
Yes. That was the day that I was picked up for the warrant for this case. So that was the day I was incarcerated or arrested. And it opened my eyes. I never really knew what a jail would actually be like. And seeing that firsthand, nobody wants to be there. It's just not a place for a normal person or any person for that matter. I wouldn't wish it upon anybody. But it opened my eyes, and I decided after that that I would put myself on a correct path. I would start really focusing on myself, my life, where it's going. And up until that point, reality hadn't quite hit me yet. The gravity of everything that had transpired never hit me until then. So when I left the jail, I got bonded out. I was on house arrest after that, so straight home, and then only to work and back for going on about 1.5 years, 2 years. And after that transpired and I started to get employed, and I was mainly stuck on a schedule of going home to work, back home. That schedule of living like that set up a routine structure and that helped me a lot. I completely got out of any bad habits, and that's like my grandmother said, I started focusing on lifting weights, bettering my health, and trying to be active because I did notice that it helped with my mental health a lot.
So, between prior to the warrant being issued in this case in 2023 and the accident, did you have employment at that time?
No.
But after you were arrested, where did you obtain employment?
I was searching employment kind of endlessly. I applied to several jobs. Mainly, I just knew that I needed to do something. I had to get a job. So I put in a bunch of applications, and just happened to be the first one that reached out back to me was AutoZone, which for anybody that doesn't know, I'm sure most of you do, it is a auto parts store. You sell parts for cars, do diagnostic checks, batting tests, etc.
And in regards to that position, what position did you start out at?
I started out as a sales associate, which is just your average cashier, just a frontline worker. I stayed in that position for just at a year. It had to have been at least 11 and a half months to 12 months, close to a year.
And then what happened?
They decided that I was fit for management, and they moved me up to what is called a parts sales manager. It's basically a shift supervisor. I open the store some days or close the store, but my duties include keeping the store running properly, changing out labels, printing them out, making sure our prices are correct, everything in between.
And how much do you make in your position as a shift manager?
$13.50 an hour.
And what does that comes per month?
Comes out to about $1,600 depending on my hourly.
$1,600 a month.
Yeah, just depends on how many hours I get scheduled for. But roughly about that, yes.
And now you said that in regards to this incident having happened, how has it changed the trajectory of your life?
With just the accident itself. So to answer that question, I'm going to start before the accident. Is that okay? Yeah. So before the accident ever happened, I didn't have much going for me. Of course, 18 years old, I hadn't really tried to look into a career, didn't really know what I wanted to do with myself. Of course, so I didn't have a job. As we can see by this, I didn't have my own car, didn't have my own money, job, career path, school, nothing. Kind of just went day to day. And that accident, of course, changed the trajectory of my life a lot because I stopped just aimlessly going out or trying to hang out with friends all the time and trying to go places. Being a homebody and going into that mental health issue that I had, it changed how I viewed the world, how fragile life really is, and how quickly things can change. And after I started to come out of that, I started to kind of figure out what I wanted to do with myself. I was then arrested. The warrant came out for my arrest. I went peacefully, just went to the jail, was arrested, booked, processed, bonded out. So I got put out on bond, like I said, I got partial house arrest. And when I got out on partial house arrest, that gave me a chance to actually get a job. And going, like I said, with structure, it has helped me start to actually set goals for myself and to start to look forward in life, trying to think about what I can do for careers and what I can do to actually better myself, to be in a better spot and a better man all around.
Now, let me ask you, you're aware that someone who's died in this case.
Yes.
And how has that impacted you?
As I said, I didn't quite understand how fragile life really was until then. And the easiest way I can put it would be survivor's guilt. That I feel like I shouldn't have lived from there.
Oh, there's tissue. Mhm.
It was never in my mind that I could hurt somebody. That thought never went across my head. And to the family that is here, I do want to say I'm sorry. Anybody that knows me knows that I would not hurt anybody. Nor would I intend to do anything that would cause harm to anybody else. And for that, I would like to say I'm sorry. I've never had a chance to actually say that to you.
All right, state.
Mr. Bach, you need a minute before we get started.
I'll be okay. Just might be a little hard to understand me, but go ahead.
So I want to talk to you about the date of the crash, January 25th of 2022, okay? So you were placed in the back of a police car at some point on that day, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and so you've seen the evidence that was introduced in the trial, right? Okay, and so you saw.
Yes.
Sorry. And so you saw that in that exhibit, you asked Deputy Treadwell, if you were under arrest. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and he told you that you weren't, that you were detained, and you started laughing and stated that you didn't think you were under arrest. Do you recall that?
I don't remember it from my own memory. I remember it from the video.
Okay. And so you would agree with me during the duration of that in-car video, you're stretching out in the back of the patrol car, right? You saw that?
Yes.
You're texting people, right? You saw that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you call your grandfather. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and so he showed up on the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're speaking with him, you tell him, I'm in the back of a fucking cop car. I don't see why they had to put me in here. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and so at that point, you had already been notified that there was a death that was involved in this crash, correct?
Yes.
And so you still hadn't rationalized the part that you played in that. Is that fair to say?
Rationalize, no. That fact had not actually processed through my mind.
Okay, and so you didn't believe that you should have been detained at all for investigation purposes? Is that fair to say?
like I said, it hadn't processed through my mind yet.
Okay.
That thought would never have gone through my head at 18 years old.
Okay. Now, when speaking to your grandfather, you tell him that you were traveling the speed limit and that you weren't going very fast at all. Do you recall that?
Again, from the recording, yes, but not in my own memory.
Okay, so you saw the recording and you heard yourself say that on the phone, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the evidence in this case is undisputable that you were traveling 104 miles per hour.
Yes.
Okay, and so that was not a truthful statement to your grandfather, right?
No, it's not.
Okay, and so why weren't you forthcoming about the speed that you were traveling?
Again, I don't remember entirely. I
Okay.
don't remember much about anything from that day, to be honest with you. I remember the impact. I remember getting home being in pain, and I remember leaving the house. Everything else is kind of hazy, but what I can remember, for months leading up after that crash, I still didn't know how fast I was going.
Okay, so it wasn't until you or Miss Sawyer showed you the evidence in the case that you were aware, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were speaking with your grandfather, you stated that while you were traveling down 181, that there was nobody in front of you. Do you recall that?
Again, from recording. I don't remember from my own memory.
Okay, so you viewed the recording, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so you viewed yourself tell your grandfather that there was nobody traveling in front of you down 181 in the video, right?
I don't know if that was the exact wordage, but I remember saying that there wasn't very many people around me, I think.
Okay, and then you also said in the video to your grandfather, that there wasn't many people behind you either. Do you recall that?
Again, from recording.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so that's consistent with state exhibit number 2, due to the speed that you were traveling, nobody was really in front of you or behind you, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so you heard the testimony of the lay witnesses, Melissa Cox and Frank Garcia, correct?
Correct.
And their characterization of your driving on that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that there was no way that you could have stopped or moved or anything. Do you recall that? And you would agree with me that that's due to the speed that you were traveling on that day.
Correct.
Okay.
There
And
would be
so, oh, go ahead.
there would be no way to slow down enough to avoid a obviously obstacle in front of me.
Okay, well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Give me a second, okay? Let's talk about that. So at the time that you were traveling down 181, right? You were traveling in the left lane, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so there was a right lane, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so there was nobody in that right lane, was there?
Not immediately next to me, no.
Okay, and so you could have made a lane change at that time because of how fast you were traveling, correct?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so you tell me what would
Possible to
happen.
change lanes.
Okay, so you tell me what would happen if you would have changed lanes at 104 miles per hour.
I would change lanes. The only way that wouldn't be possible is if you're asking me to change lanes in 2 seconds.
Okay, and then in the 2 seconds, what would happen? Your vehicle would have rolled over, isn't that correct?
That's not my expertise. I don't know that.
Oh, okay, it's possible that your vehicle could have rolled over, right?
Anything is possible.
Yeah, just like it's possible that Mr. Dominguez was impaired. I would agree with you, anything is possible, but let's talk.
That's not an evidence in badgering the witness.
It was testimony elicited by her, but I'll move on.
All right, ask your next question.
So making a lane change at 104 miles per hour, it's possible that you could have rolled your car over or crashed into one of those utility poles that was in Candelas, correct?
Again, you would have to rephrase your question. If you're asking if I'd be able to change lanes in that time span of, as we've seen, less than 5 seconds from impact, that is what it is, correct? It's 5 seconds that I had to react? Or is it
Well, you
2?
told me you were the one that was driving, so what was your reaction time?
My reaction time was the moment I noticed a hazard. So from the moment that I see Mr. Dominguez enter the roadway, I immediately apply the brakes. That was, at least from my perspective, which was a long time ago. So I don't really remember a lot of it.
Okay, and so how many seconds was that?
I can't tell you for sure.
Okay, so the question again is, we'll just go with 5 seconds for argument's sake.
Okay.
If you were to make a lane change at 104 miles per hour in 5 seconds, it's very possible that you could have rolled over your own vehicle or crashed into a utility pole or another vehicle. Isn't that correct?
It's possible.
Okay,
I'll say that.
okay,
It's possible. I'm not gonna say 100% because
that's
I
fine.
don't know.
Okay, well then tell me this, why didn't you change lanes at the time?
I panicked, honestly. The first instinct anybody has whenever something goes in front of you is to brake. It doesn't occur to, I don't think, most of us to change lanes immediately. Normally, that's not necessarily the case.
Okay, so you're an expert in that, but in the other question I asked you, you can't be an expert in that.
It's not an expert. I'm giving you my opinion.
Now,
But I
let's talk
think-
about, thanks, we can move on. Let's talk about going through the statement, okay? You viewed the video and you saw yourself, you telling your grandfather that Mr. Dominguez wasn't in the Candela's parking lot, he was sitting on the shoulder, right?
That is what I said, correct?
Okay, and you also told your grandfather, that, I guess they were on their phone. Do you recall that?
Again, from the video, yes,
Okay.
not from my memory.
And so at that point, you had no evidence as to what Mr. Dominguez was doing at all, isn't that correct?
There's no way I would have known what he was doing.
Okay,
But
and-
from my perspective, again, this was years ago. So anything I say, I'm not 100% on.
okay,
I don't remember exactly what I perceived close to 3 years ago.
all right.
3 years ago.
Now, and talking about your speculation at the time that Mr. Dominguez was on his phone, we see in State's Exhibit number 2 that you never actually walked over to his motor vehicle to check on him. You would agree with me, correct?
I started to.
Okay, and then what happened?
I froze.
Okay, and then you never went back over there at all, right?
Again, I froze. No, I walked back to my vehicle to grab my phone because I was going to call 911. However, there was other people that were already arriving on scene, so I didn't.
Okay,
I sat against the guardrail because my knee, my hip, and my collarbone hurt. So I leaned against the guardrail that's sitting in the middle of all of the grass that's right there.
okay. And so you heard the testimony of Kirk Fuller that you were pacing around. You heard that?
Yes.
Okay, but you never paced back to the vehicle to check on Mr. Dominguez. Right.
Again, I got halfway to the vehicle and I froze. So 18 years old, you do not want to see a dead body. I think anybody can agree to that.
Okay, and then you go on in the statement and to your grandfather to double down on the fact that you were going the speed limit, correct?
That is what I said on the phone, correct?
Okay, and you also said on the phone that you didn't really have any time to lock up the brakes or react, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you just further reiterate that there wasn't enough time. Do you recall that on the video?
No.
You don't recall saying there wasn't much time? 3 times?
That there wasn't much time for what? Would
To
you mind
react.
rephrasing?
There was not much time to react. Do you recall saying that?
No, not from my own memory, no, but obviously on video, yes, I remember seeing that.
Okay. And do you recall telling your grandfather that you were sorry about his car?
Yes,
Okay, and so in that video, you tell Deputy Treadwell that you were going to visit your friends. Do you recall that?
yes,
Where do your friends live?
Alma Heights. At the
Um,
time, he was in Helma Heights. Now it's in Kirby. But
Okay.
yes.
and what were your plans with your friend at that time? What were y'all gonna do?
So we weren't actually making plans. He called me frantically asking for help because he dropped a knife on his foot.
Okay, and so your response to that was to drive 104 miles per hour from where Candelo's Mexican restaurant is to Alma Heights.
No, I got into the car and I just tried to get to my friend as quickly as possible.
Okay, are
As he
you
said,
a medical professional?
No, he said he was about to pass out and he was scared.
Okay, did you call 911 and get emergency services for him?
At
No.
18, I did not think to do that.
Okay, so what were you going to offer him besides moral support by being there?
I can at least call 911, but again, my friend, I'll elaborate. My friend that I was going to check on has extreme mental health issues. He has high anxiety, high stress, very, if I put this, outwardly individual. He's very energetic and he can very easily go into a panic attack. And if that happens, while he's bleeding everywhere, I'm not sure what the outcome would be. So he could also be just panicking and not know how bad the cut actually is. But regardless, he called me and he just asked for me to come over and help him just to keep him awake.
Okay,
Try and make sure he was okay.
but you would agree with me that you could have called 911 from your grandparents' house, right? That was a possibility.
I could have, yes.
Okay. And so, and talking about you sitting in the back of that patrol car, in addition to texting and making phone calls, you're also watching Instagram reels. You saw that on the video, correct?
I did not.
What videos were you scrolling through then?
I didn't observe that.
Okay, well, the jury can observe that at 22 minutes of that video.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel specifying.
That'll be sustained.
Moving on, you're stretching out and then laying down in the back of the patrol vehicle, right?
Okay.
Okay, yes or no?
I wouldn't say laying down, but yes, stretching my leg out.
Okay, you don't recall at one point laying out like this and then turning around and putting your feet like this? You don't recall that?
Again, from the video, yes, not from my own memory.
All right,
My own record.
well, that's what I'm asking about. Did you observe that in the video?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then investigator Calendar comes to speak with you. Do you recall seeing that on the video?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay. And you tell him that you observed Mr. Dominguez sitting on the shoulder of 181. You recall that, right?
I recall saying that, yes.
Okay, and you recall describing your driving to investigator Calendar as cruising. Do you recall that?
Yes, that is what I said.
Okay, would you in court today testify traveling 104 miles per hour as cruising?
No.
No, because that's a very high rate of speed, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so you testified that the gravity of taking a life didn't hit you until you went to jail. Is that what you said?
It's a different phrasing of that I would actually say, but the true weight of the situation and the charges that were at hand, how long I can spend in prison for that, did not occur to me until I wasn't arrested for it.
Okay.
Because of course, if you're just living your life and you don't know there's charges pending, and then you have a warrant out, that would hit you at that time. Yes.
Okay, so you had rationalized the taking a life part, just not the consequences that you may have to suffer for that. Is that a better characterization?
Yes, I would say yeah. I didn't process the charges at that time. I had processed and felt remorse and empathy for after the life was taken for months and months following, but I didn't really know there was going to be charges against me until I was arrested for it
Okay.
over a year later.
And you would agree with me that that remorse that you're speaking about that came days prior, that was not reflected in any of the evidence that was collected on the day of the offense, right?
Yeah, there's no evidence in this case that would show actually what I felt about
Okay.
this.
Now you stated that you wouldn't wish jail on anyone. Is that what you stated?
I wouldn't wish it upon a good person, no.
Okay, because there are people that deserve to be incarcerated. You would agree with me,
I
right?
can agree with that, yes.
Okay. And incarceration in circumstances keeps our community safe. You would agree with me in certain circumstances.
In certain circumstances, yes. If the
Okay.
person is either a violent or uncontrollable person that has reoccurring offenses, etc., something that obviously is not going to be reformed, then yes, I would say that is a good person to put into incarceration because they have several times proved that they're not going to reform or they're not going to rehabilitate. Then
Okay.
yes, they deserve to be in prison because obviously we cannot make them a functional member of society. Yes.
All right. And so, I mean, you love your grandmother quite a lot, right?
My entire family, but yes, my grandmother I do love a lot.
Okay, well, I'm speaking about your grandmother specifically because, it sounds like she raised you, right? Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay, and she's the one that provided you with the most positive living situation in your childhood, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so even if a good person unintentionally killed her, would you want that person to get probation?
Depends on the circumstances.
It depends on the circumstances.
Yes.
Okay. And talking about, I want to jump back to the date of the offense. Do you recall telling investigator Calendar that you had a vape pen in your pocket?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes. You may proceed.
Okay, and so on January 25th, 2022, do you recall telling investigator Calendar that you were in possession of a nicotine vape pen?
From the video, no, I don't recall it, and not from my memory, no.
You don't recall that?
I do not recall seeing that.
Okay, and you don't recall keeping that nicotine vape pen on that day? Okay, well, Your Honor, can I approach? Well,
Yes.
I need a minute to. But you are. Headphones. Mr. Bach, I'm gonna ask you to please put these headphones on. Okay, and so you would agree with me that when investigator Calendar made contact with you, that you were in the back of the EMS vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and investigator Calendar asked you if you have anything on you, correct?
All right, that will be sustained to the questions by the officer.
Okay, that's understood. Okay, and so you represent to investigator Calendar that you were in possession of a nicotine vape pen, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so he didn't take it from you, he let you keep it at the time, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when talking about EMS, you were evaluated by EMS on that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that EMS technicians create records of their interactions with people that they treat for medical treatment. Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that, but continue.
Okay, and so you spoke with EMS technicians that day, correct?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
and you're aware that there's a record that you stated to an EMS technician that you were traveling at approximately 80 miles per hour.
I don't recall it, but it's in paper, so yes.
Okay, but you told your grandparents and the police that you were traveling the speed limit, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the speed limit out on that stretch of road is 65 miles per hour.
Correct.
Okay, and so 80 miles per hour and 100 miles or 104 miles per hour, that's not traveling the speed limit, right?
No.
Okay. And so, if we are talking about you stated that you need to see a mental health professional to receive diagnoses potentially, correct?
I do.
Okay, and so you heard the testimony of your grandmother that she's offered to provide those services to you prior to today, correct?
Shortly after the accident, yes, we had a conversation about that.
Okay, and you have not taken her up on that offer?
No, I've taken enough of their money. I would like to do it on my own.
Okay. And I guess, well, if you do it on your own, you're asking this jury to give you probation, is that what you're asking? Okay,
I'm asking.
and so that wouldn't be doing it on your own, the state would be paying for that, correct?
No,
Oh, no, how not?
I would seek my own mental health. I could go through the probations, but on top of that, I would seek my own mental health assistance.
Okay, and so how do you plan to do that?
My job offers medical,
Okay,
and I can enroll in that as well as I can pay for it.
okay, but you're waiting to be on probation to do that.
That is the objective, yes. I would
Okay,
have
but
to be
you,
on probation to get that assistance.
so you couldn't have gotten that assistance prior to being on probation, is that what you're saying?
That's not entirely true.
Okay,
I would have to pursue that, and I haven't pursued it due to working and going to court and everything that's been going on.
okay, and so how are you gonna pursue it if you are gonna be on probation, working, having to check in with probation? How are you gonna pursue it then if you couldn't do it now?
It would take initiative.
Initiative that you would have if you were on probation, but initiative that you don't have now, correct?
I have it now.
So why haven't you done it?
I have to get my medical insurance or pay for it out of pocket. I was trying to get medical insurance before I even tried that.
Okay, but you just testified that your job offers medical insurance.
You have to enroll in it, and it takes a portion out of your paycheck, but yes, they do. I
Okay,
have to enroll in it.
how long have you worked at AutoZone?
I don't have an exact time, but probably just shy of 2 years.
Okay, and so you've had at least 2 years to enroll in the medical insurance aspect of your employment and seek treatment, correct?
I don't know if I would have been able to while I was on house arrest. I don't know if I would have been granted leave to do that. So I did not try because I already had issues scheduling me just to go to work, let alone a doctor's appointment. After that, I haven't been on tracking very long, so I haven't been able to do it now.
Okay, but if you're on partial house arrest, you would agree with me that you can attend any doctor's appointment as long as you provide documentation of that to the court, correct? That can be approved.
I wasn't aware of it. I didn't know if I could or could not. I had not asked because I was already struggling just to get to work because they weren't approving my schedules on time.
Okay, and then you were changed to tracking, right? Okay, and then you still did not seek that treatment.
No, I have not, but I've only been on tracking for maybe a couple months now.
Okay, and so you had an opportunity to seek the treatment, you just have not yet done so, right?
I have not done so yet because I have to enroll in it.
And when we're talking about the survivor guilt that you stated you feel, I mean, when did that kick in? Okay, when you realized that there could be repercussions to your actions?
No, that hit me once I got home and immediately following the accident. I felt the impact of the situation.
Okay, and
I felt remorse for the loss of life within a couple hours, maybe, when I had time to actually process it. But
okay,
it lasted for months following the accident.
okay. And do you recall when investigator Calendar let you go from the scene, you stated to him, all I'm worried about is going home and getting some rest? Do you recall that?
I do not recall that now.
Okay, we talked to witness, Your Honor.
Defense.
So you were part of that accident, correct?
Correct.
And it was a high impact accident,
Correct.
and you refused medical treatment at the time.
Correct.
And do you recall why you refused medical treatment?
Because I didn't have medical insurance at the time. I couldn't afford to go in an ambulance and everything else.
And so at that time, did you know whether or not you had a concussion?
No,
Did you know whether or not the extent you had extensive injuries?
no,
And you stated that you can't recall parts of that day.
yes. I cannot recall certain parts of that day.
Did you go to the hospital at any point after that?
No.
Now, in regards to the has the situation getting ready for this trial been stressful for you?
Extremely.
Has it brought back up issues for you?
Yes, yes, it has.
Have you experienced them during this trial?
Yes,
And in regards to sleeping, are you sleeping?
Judge, I'm gonna object to relevance.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Are you able to sleep?
maybe a couple hours a night, but restlessly. I wake up every other hour.
It's been a pleasant experience for you,
No,
and has this particular incident taught you a valuable lesson?
absolutely.
And what lesson is that?
Several. For starters, the value of life. Life is precious, it's fragile. And as well as acknowledgement of responsibility. I can admit when I'm wrong, and I can look anybody in the face and say for sure that I apologize, and I can tell you that I was going too fast. Should never have an excuse to go that fast on the roadway. But if I could ask myself when I was 18, 4 years ago, versus me at 22, they wouldn't get along. I was naive, immature, and I would not see eye to eye with that person anymore. And I would say growth. It's taught me a lot about who I am as a person, who I want to be, and where I want to be in life. And among several other life lessons, I can say for sure that I've grown tenfold over the course of this last couple of years.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. Defense, call your next witness.
The defense rests.
State.
Your Honor, we rest and close.
Defense, do you close? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to read to you what's entitled Charge of the Court on Punishment. Again, you will receive the original for this, so you do not have to memorize it. Charge of the Court on Punishment. Members of the jury, by your verdict returned in this case, you have found the defendant, Samuel Allen Bach, guilty of the offense of manslaughter as charged in the indictment. You will next determine whether the defendant, Samuel Allen Bach, used or exhibited a deadly weapon, to wit, a motor vehicle, during the commission of the offense. Deadly weapon means anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Therefore, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that a deadly weapon, to wit, a motor vehicle, was used or exhibited during the commission of the offense, and that the defendant used or exhibited the deadly weapon, you will so state in your verdict. It is also necessary that the jury assess the punishment for this offense. You are instructed that the punishment for manslaughter, as charged in the indictment, is confinement in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institutional Division for any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years. Therefore, you will assess the punishment of the defendant for any term of not more than 20 years or less than 2 years. In addition to imprisonment, you may assess a fine not to exceed $10,000. And if you choose to assess a fine in addition to imprisonment, you will assess such fine and so state in your verdict. If you assess a fine, it is not paid to the victim or victims, if any, but is paid into the registry of the court. The defendant in this case has applied on written sworn motion for community supervision, stating among other things that he has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. Our statutes provide that where a defendant is found guilty of manslaughter as charged in the indictment, and the jury assesses the punishment of at not more than 10 years, and they further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state, the jury may, within its discretion, recommend community supervision during the good behavior of the defendant. If the jury does recommend community supervision, it will be granted by the court. In your deliberations, you may consider evidence introduced during the guilt phase of the trial, as well as any evidence introduced at the punishment phase of the trial. On the instructions herein given, it will not be proper for you, in determining the penalty to be assessed, to fix the same by lot, chance, any system of averages, or any other method than by a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. The length of time for which a defendant is in prison may be reduced by the award of parole. Under the law applicable in this case, if you find that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a motor vehicle, during the commission of the offense, you are instructed as follows. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of less than 4 years, the defendant must serve at least 2 years before the defendant is eligible for parole. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of that law will depend on decisions made by parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Under the law applicable in this case, if you do not find that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a motor vehicle, during the commission of the offense, you are instructed as follows. If sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant may earn early parole eligibility through the award of good conduct time. Prison authorities may award good conduct time to a prisoner who exhibits good behavior, diligence in carrying out prison work assignments, and attempts at rehabilitation. If a prisoner engages in misconduct, prison authorities may also take away all or part of any good conduct time earned by the prisoner. If the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, the defendant will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served plus any good conduct time earned equals 1/4 of the sentence imposed. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law and good conduct time might be applied to this defendant if sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of these laws will depend on the decisions made by prison and parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law and good conduct time. However, you are not to consider the extent to which good conduct time may be awarded to or forfeited by this particular defendant. You are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. A suitable form is attached hereto for your verdict if you should care to use the same. However, such form is not intended to influence you in any way in arriving at your verdict. In any event, your verdict must be unanimous, in writing, and signed by your presiding juror. Respectfully submitted, Judge Stephanie Boyd, 187th District Court, Bexar County, Texas. Suitable forms are attached. State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be talking very briefly, and then Ms. Sawyers will talk to you, then Ms. Galloway again. So the same process as before. I'm going to just touch on a couple things, and then Ms. Galloway will have a summation for you of all the evidence that has been entered during guilt innocence and also during this punishment phase of the trial. I'll tell you this, deadly weapon. The definition's on the first page, and then the actual verdict form for that is on the last page. And that top portion is what I'm asking you to check off. Hands down, it's a deadly weapon. It killed a man. Doesn't necessarily have to be an intended use of the defendant, but the manner of that use. That pretty much was a bullet going down the highway at 104. It's not a question if it's a deadly weapon or not. It's a deadly weapon. It caused the death of Carlos Dominguez. And another subject I want to touch on is the trajectory of people's lives, because we heard a lot about Mr. Bock's life during this phase of the trial, which is appropriate. His freedom's at stake. But you know, somebody else's freedom was taken away during this case. It was Mr. Dominguez's, and his family and his friends are over here. And they've had to sit through a non-pleasant time either. They've had to sit here through the drug use of Mr. Dominguez, supposedly, allegedly. They had to sit here through the kidney failure that was alleged that he was going through, the heart attack or alleged heart attack that he went through. And then on top of all of that, he had to sit here through the suicidal possibilities that Mr. Dominguez allegedly drove into that highway. But by y'all's verdict of guilty of the manslaughter, y'all answered those questions there. So yes, that last question or questions that defense counsel asked her client on the stand, has this been a pleasant time? Heck no, it's not supposed to be pleasant. He recklessly took a man's life. A man that's never going to play golf with his friends or play golf with his son. So when you're back there thinking about what you're going to assess in this case, remember, it's not just the life of an individual sitting over there. It's the life of several individuals, including his family. Is he the worst person I've ever seen or the worst person in the world? No, we're not alleging that. But he took a man's life. And you can't take that lightly. Ms. Galloway will have a summation for you shortly. Thank you.
All right, defense.
All right. You know, the state assumes that that guilty verdict meant that there was no part that Carlos Dominguez played no part in that accident, but that's not what your guilty verdict necessarily means. Maybe it did for one or more of you, but maybe it didn't, because causation was that we had to rule out we had to prove the complete fault of Carlos Dominguez. Here, though, there's weighing that's going on. And I do believe that the facts of the case indicate that Carlos Dominguez was also not operating in the right state of mind through his failure to, I find his behavior also reckless and not pausing or looking. But that doesn't mean that's not questioning your verdict. What it's saying is they can exist at the same time. And so when we look at punishment, I want you to keep that balancing in mind, because he was 87 years old, had refused treatment. And as awful as it is to have any of your loved ones pass away, we have no idea how painful it might have been had he continued to refuse treatment. This was a quick and instantaneous death, and I'm not excusing it. I'm not trying to give you an excuse for it. But what I'm saying is that it is not the same situation as dealing with a family of 4 or something like that. So the circumstances are a little bit different. And if you fault me for that argument and you disagree with me, then fault me, because I'm the attorney and I'm the one that made that argument. Do not hold it against Samuel. He is 18 years when this happened, the age of my kids. So what I'm going to ask you is that this is not a violent crime. This is not a murder. This is not intentional. It was one bad day. We need to keep that in mind, because the trajectory of his life should not be dictated by this one day without malice. He had no malice. Now, when you go to look at the charge, the judge has given you the law, And in Fort Dyer, we dealt with a large range of punishments, scenarios. She has told you that the option is 2 to 20. Even if you give probation, you have to also determine a number of years of prison. That is a requirement. And I would ask that you give 2. And I'm going to tell you why. Because even if this had not caused Carlos Dominguez's death, he would not have had that much longer to live just based off of the circumstances in which he was in. I'm asking that that number be set at 2. I am asking for probation because I do believe that there is a lot of good that can come from even something that's bad. And we need to make sure we're being productive in society. And I do think that it has impacted Samuel. You know, he is a young man that has struggled with survivor's guilt, and it hasn't been easy, but he's not trying to discount the difficulty it is in losing a loved one. That's always there. But we all have our time on earth. And Mr. Dominguez had lived a full life. So I'm going to ask you also to find no deadly weapon. Let me explain this to you because it was a long paragraph, but deadly weapon finding, if you give it, it requires that someone, if they are given prison, serve half the time. So on a 10-year sentence, you would have to serve 5 years, day for day, no good time, doesn't matter if you have good behavior or not, before you become eligible for parole. That's the law. So there is no good time behavior there. If it's without a deadly weapon finding, it's a quarter of the time before you become eligible for parole, and they do get to consider good time behavior. This is a young individual. And I also want you to think about when you have an individual that can be productive in society versus scarring them indefinitely by putting them in prison, that needs to be considered. Because I do not think that his level or his action rises to the level like we see in so many that are malice or violent. This is not someone that needs to be locked up. He made a mistake. He has taken responsibility for it. And again, if you fault any of the arguments I've made, then fault me, but don't hold it against him. There is a lot to be learned from this. I know that having been exposed to this, I tell my kids that are very young, I have a 22-year-old and a 21-year-old. And I have seen that just making a mistake one day in your life when you're young can change your entire life and someone else's. So, I mean, this is a notice to society, yes, and I'm sure that the state's going to try to harp that we need to protect society, but it's not a continual protection. This isn't something that's going to happen again. This isn't his demeanor. This isn't his core. This is something that, although tragic, it doesn't mean that we need to be worried about him in the future. I think he has learned from this, and I do think that probation is an important aspect that to consider. It's hard to stand here before you and ask for something for someone so young. But I do believe it's the right thing to do here because we need the opportunity to rehabilitate, to add to society in that manner. So at the end of this, I do hope that you'll consider probation. He will forever be scarred and marked with the felony conviction of manslaughter, which will already make a lot of his life very, very difficult. Getting jobs, he's going to be cut out of so many opportunities because of the felony conviction. And so give him the best tools we can right now to make the best situation out of a bad situation. And I ask that you grant him probation at the end of this, and that you also deny the deadly weapon claim.
Right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Life can change in the blink of an eye. In this case, 2 lives were changed in 5 seconds. And that is because of choices, voluntary choices that were made by that defendant. And I want to bring your attention to he's sitting over there crying now, and his grandmother got up here and was sobbing to you all. And those are tears for him and the accountability that a jury of his peers made him take. Okay. I didn't see any tears from him when we're showing Mr. Dominguez's dead body up on that screen. When we're showing that crash, that violent crash that severed Mr. Dominguez's heart in half, that shattered all of his ribs and his pelvis. There were no tears then. But now when he knows that he's facing 2 to 20, oh yeah, now the tears come. Because you all held him accountable. And I thank you for that. But now you have a question to answer. And that is, what is a life worth in Bexar County, Texas? What is it worth? Okay. I submit to you that it is not worth probation. And I am asking you that when you retire to the jury room, that you check down here and deny his application for community supervision, and that you assess a punishment of 10+ years. Okay. And as a prosecutor, this is something that I struggle with. Okay. Coming before you all and asking you to take someone's liberty. But I also have to balance that with the community, with the citizens of Bexar County, and also the family in this case. What is a verdict? No verdict is going to bring Mr. Dominguez back, okay? It's never going to put him back with his children, his grandchildren, and his great-grandchildren that you heard testimony that he had a reason to live for, okay? And Ms. Sawyers and Mr. Bach, they want to get up in this courtroom and play God and say, oh, you know, well, at least
That is
it's rebuttal. She opened the door as to, you know, at least he died a quick death.
Right.
At the defendant over the shoulders of counsel.
All right, that objection will be sustained.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you all heard the arguments of Miss Sawyers. Okay. At least it was a quick death. He didn't have that much longer to live. We don't know that. And you all have all of Mr. Dominguez's medical records back there. I invite you to go look at them, because what it shows is it was a person that was routinely seeing his doctor, taking his medications as prescribed, and seeing a follow-up specialist for those kidney issues. Does that sound like somebody that didn't want to live? Not to me, it doesn't. That sounds like somebody that is concerned about his well-being and being there for his family as long as he can. And just as Ms. Sawyers got up here and told you all at least it was a quick death, I submit to you that Mr. Dominguez should have died peacefully in his bed, okay? Not being violently crushed in a car crash, a violent car crash. Now, I want to talk to you about the testimony of the witnesses. Now, you heard from Ms. Wise, who is a probation officer here in Bexar County in the 226th District Court. And what she told you all is that the type of course that would be offered for this type of offense is a driver safety course that at a maximum is 16 hours. Is that sufficient punishment in this case? We talked about punishment and jury selection, and most of you, when asked what was the most important factor in sentencing, was the egregiousness of the crime. Okay, you need to think about that when you retire to the jury room. Now, Ms. Weiss also said that probation does not have any devices to monitor whether the defendant is driving or not, and it doesn't matter, you know, the judge can order, but how is that going to be enforced? And you heard the testimony of Ms. Weiss. No probation officer is going to be able to babysit him like his grandmother has done, okay? That is a choice him as a grown adult would have to make. And we've seen through his testimony that he's had an opportunity since 2022 to make changes, and he hasn't. But now he's asking you to give him probation and magically he's going to make all these changes. That is not reasonable. Ms. Wise also testified that should he receive any speeding or traffic violations, probation would not even be notified about that. And so how do we rectify this behavior and address it? How do we protect the community? There is no other choice but incarceration. And even he agreed with me that in certain circumstances, that is the best way to protect the community. That is what we're looking at here. The defendant has taken no accountability, okay? You all had to do that for him. And he talked about acknowledging responsibility. I submit to you that he hasn't, okay? I talked about, his emotional state now versus during guilt, innocence. And I asked him the question, if this would have happened to your grandmother, would you want that person to receive probation? It depends. And it depends right now because he's facing punishment. But in different circumstances, he would want that person in prison. That is something that you all need to consider. Now, regarding the deadly weapon, I want you all to pay attention to the legal definition, okay? Deadly weapon means anything that in the manner of its use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. We know that that silver Cadillac, in the manner of its use, is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury because it did cause the death of Mr. Dominguez, okay? And so that is a legal definition, and I am asking you all to find the deadly weapon allegation as true. I've already gone over the range of punishment with you. It's anywhere between 2 to 20 years. And I submit to you that an appropriate sentence in this case is to deny the defendant's application for community supervision and sentence him to anywhere between 10 and 20 years in prison. Ladies and gentlemen, your verdict changes this community. It protects the community and it keeps safeguards in place to prevent violent crashes and tragedies like this from happening again. And so I am asking you to deny his application for community supervision, protect our community, and sentence him to 10 plus years in the prison. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the evidence that you're going to hear for this phase of the trial. Deputy Laura will take you to the back to begin your deliberations. And as previously stated, she'll place you in a different room. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right, everyone, it's the court's understanding that the jury has reached a verdict in this case. Again, there is not to be any outbursts from either side. And defense, did you fill out a trial court certification? All right, if you'll fill that out for me, please. Sure.
Ma'am.
Oh, I'll put the case number. Thank you. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I'll put the case number at the top. It's not a problem. Mhm. Just give us a moment. Okay. All right, let's bring the jurors in. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my understanding that you've reached a verdict and punishment as to this case. Is that correct? And is that unanimous? All right, if you'll hand the verdict form to deputy, please.
So we were not.
No. I just need the verdict form. All right. So will the defendant rise? All right, its punishment verdict reads, we assess this punishment at confinement and the division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a term of 5 years. There is no fine. And it says we have not assessed a fine and we recommend that the term of confinement we have assessed be suspended and the defendant be placed on community supervision. finding as to use or non-use of a deadly weapon, it states, we do not unanimously find that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a motor vehicle, during the commission of the offense of manslaughter. Does anyone wish to have the jurors poll? Anyone? All right, thank you. I'll speak with you in the back in just a moment. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, the jury has asked that your term be suspended, your prison term be suspended, and that you be placed on probation. So legally, I'm bound to place you on probation. This is what the court is going to do. The court is going to sentence you to 5 years in the prison. Does anyone wish to speak to the length? Defense? Probation? All right, the court will sentence you to prison for 5 years, suspended and probated for 10 years. There is a $0 fine. There is to be regular reporting by Zoom or in person. There's to be regular random UAs. There's to be proof of employment within 45 days of release. There's to be no employment as a home health care provider or with minors. There's to be no driving until further notice. There's to be 200 hours of community service restitution. There's to be a TAP evaluation and a mental health evaluation in custody. There is to be a restitution hearing, and that restitution hearing will take place within 30 days. Could you have Ms. Ferguson come out here, please? Thank you. I need a 30-day reset for a restitution hearing. All right, September 16th will be your restitution hearing. There's to be field visits 1 time per month until further notice. There's to be 180 days in the Bexar County Jail as a condition of probation. Any other requests from either side? All right. Did you review the document entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal with your attorney? Did you understand it and sign it? You do have a right to appeal as this was a jury trial. And Norma, you can have him put him on the docket for Thursday so that Ms. Abrams can go over conditions with him. All right, it's my understanding there's victim impact. All right, there's going to be victim impact. I require that everyone treats everyone with respect, so you need to listen what's being said and internalize what's being said. Yes, you may proceed.
Have taken away a heart, not only from our lives, but from our father's dear friends as well. I hope your time in jail gives you kind of thing about how you have torn our family life by taking our father, further, grandfather, great-grandfather, and uncle's life. In January 25th, 2022, we have been without my father on birthday gatherings, Father's Day, Veterans Gathering, Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year, and his birthday. Now it's your turn to live some of these events in the family. I don't even know what my family is going through. I should review you for your actions, but it's hard to do so. But because it's the right thing to do in God's eye, I will forgive you. I really hope you have learned a hard lesson on what you have done to our family. Be killed. How old he was or how much life he lived, he still has a lot of life, because that's what he showed us. January, 2 weeks before my son was getting married, in 2 weeks before he got killed, he called me already planning and buying gifts for my son for his wedding, which is not till June, which I laughed about it, and I told him that is crazy, it's great. And he said, no, this is for my grandson. I see something here, I wanna buy him, and I wanna give it to him. He bought it for him, but he never gave it to him. He found it when we were cleaning his house. And that's how I have to represent the gift to my son. Not by his grandfather, but by me saying, this was the gift your grandfather taught you before, way before we got married. So during the day, day by day, I have this picture of living. This is the way I talk to him. This right here, this is thumbprint. This is the way I hold it. I hold it like this. And I still have your body talking and hugging and trying to love you. I walk by here and touch his feet, and I tell him how much I miss him. This is what we have to go through and endure, and this is what we did for us. I know you said you were sorry, I get it, but it doesn't bring it back. I to see him the way he was, smiling, happy, all the time. And he wasn't depressed at all. Because he had a huge family, and we all loved him and he needed. Wait.